Okay. So you all may be seated. Thank you. So before I do bring the jury in, the court has been made aware of a situation that occurred allegedly on Friday afternoon here in the courthouse property or on the courthouse property subsequent to the end of the day. I want to be clear that this court will not tolerate any disruptive behavior towards court staff, the jury, the parties, the witnesses, or any of the attorneys involved. If I am made aware of such behavior, it is investigated and the court believes it to be necessary in the interest of maintaining safety, security, and fairness to these proceedings. The court will have any such person removed from the trial immediately and precluded from attending the remainder of the trial proceedings. So I just want to make sure that the court's clear on that. Thank you. All right, at this point in time, we'll bring our jury in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back today. Thank you. So we are ready to continue. You'll recall that the state did have a witness on the stand when we adjourned last week. We are going to ask for that witness to please retake the stand, and we'll continue on with cross-examination. Thank you. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of the jury before you begin.
State will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
You may be seated. I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath. Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Cavella. Well, you and I have never met before, is that true?
Sure.
Okay. And I'll just remind you, if you can, keep your voice up.
Yeah.
To compete with the loud fan. And then the court reporter needs you to say either yes or no. She can't get a head nod or things like that, okay? So you talked to us a little bit on Friday, and I want to ask you a few questions about that, okay? I'm going to use some of the same exhibits that you've seen so far, and I may use some exhibits that you haven't seen so far.
Okay.
You may, thank you.
I am going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Well, you have got that pointer there beside you. Just reorient us, if you would, quickly. Do you see the red mark on the exhibit behind you?
Yes.
And whose house is that?
Tyler Rich's.
Okay. And you were at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th, correct? And you were there with well, you drove yourself, you told us,
yes.
Right? But you met up there with your boyfriend, Matthew Lockovich, at the time.
Yes.
Okay. And you told us that you'd been to this house previously, right?
Yes.
In fact, you'd been to this house many times previously, right?
A handful of times, yeah.
A handful of times. Okay. Well, you told us that you had grown up, essentially, when you were younger, and were friends with this group of kids that were at Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that there were about 20 to 25 people that were there when you got there?
Yeah.
And you described what a number of witnesses have described, which is going into the house through the side and what are Bilco doors, right?
Yes.
And just in case there's anybody like me who didn't know what those were before, will you tell us what a Bilco door is?
They're just doors like slanted, and you open them, and there's stairs that go downstairs.
Gotcha. So they're not umbilical doors, right?
No.
They're not Belco doors, right?
No.
They're Bilco doors because that's the name of the manufacturer that makes them?
I'm not sure about the manufacturer, but
Okay, but you know them as Bilco doors.
Yeah.
Okay. And they led down into the basement, right?
yeah.
And when you got down there into the basement, you told us there was maybe 20 to 25 people there, right?
Yes.
And among those folks that were there were your boyfriend, Matthew Lockfitch, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich, the owner of the house,
Yes.
right? Enrico or Ricky Fiola, right?
Yes.
How did you know Ricky Fiola?
We're in the same friend group.
Okay. Did he also attend the same high school as you?
Yes.
Was he in your grade?
Yes.
And you were a junior at this time, correct?
Rising senior, yes.
Okay. So you graduated the following year.
Yes.
And you also told us that you saw Faison Teal there.
Yes.
And there was a Lily, but I didn't catch her last name. What was
Lily
her name?
Lombardi.
Lombardi. And how did you know Lily?
I grew up with her.
And you told us that you also saw Jimmy McGrath there, right?
Yes.
And that he was a friend of yours from when you were younger, right?
Yes.
That your parents were friends and you were also friends with his sister Rosie.
Yes.
And so you'd known them from being a young child.
Yes.
You didn't go to school with him anymore because he was going to Fairfield Prep.
Correct.
And you identified a picture of him over at Nikki DeJesus's house, right?
Yes.
He was playing pool.
Yeah.
And he was wearing the same outfit that he was wearing later on that evening at this party at Tyler Rich's, right? And you told us that there was drinking going on at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
Correct.
And that you had had maybe one beer or seltzer, right?
Correct.
And you said that was nothing out of the ordinary, but there were maybe more people there than usual, right?
Correct.
And you noted that they were mostly older kids?
Yeah. I'm a year below them, so, and Tyler Rich is a year above me, so it was majority his friends and maybe a year above him as well.
Okay. So there were some seniors there?
Correct.
And there were some kids that had already graduated, correct?
Correct.
And that was the majority of the kids that were there.
Correct.
And these were all kids, for the most part, that were on the Shelton High football team?
Yeah, I would say.
Did you also play any sports at
I
Shelton?
played softball for 2 years in high school.
Okay.
That was it.
But this wasn't a Shelton High
No.
softball party, right?
No.
And then you said a little bit later you saw two other people, Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines, right? And how did you know Griffin Marcinzik?
We went to high school together. I would hang out with him on occasion.
And he was a younger kid, right? And then you also told us that you saw Ryan Hines, right?
Yeah.
And he was also a younger kid, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that they had been brought there by Charlie Connery, right?
Yeah.
And that he had left the party, in fact, to go and pick them up, right?
Yeah, that I'm aware of.
After people downstairs were talking about a fight that had occurred previously, right? And as far as you knew, that's why they were coming over there, right?
Yeah.
And then you told us that at some point you had gone outside because it was hot downstairs in the basement.
Correct.
And then you were already outside, you said, with Matthew Lokovich and some others. Do you remember who those others were?
I don't. It was just group outside.
Okay. And this group, were there any other girls in this group?
I'm not sure who exactly. I just know there were people outside.
And do you remember how many people were outside?
Not many. I'd say like maybe 6 people outside.
Okay. I'm going to show you another exhibit. May I approach you on?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 52. Now, on States 52, can you point out to us where you were using that pointer that's beside you when you were outside and it was hot and you were with these 6 other folks?
So I was standing in front of the door, the cellar doors at that point.
Okay, so we can't see it
Right.
on this, correct? Okay. And outside that evening, it was dark, you told us?
Yeah.
There were some lights on the house?
Yeah.
There were also some folks with, well, not at this point, withdrawn. It was rainy that night,
I don't remember the weather.
Do you recall any misting, any sort of drizzle or anything like that?
Don't.
Okay. And when you were out there, you told us that you saw a car drive by, right?
Yeah.
What was that car doing when you saw it drive by?
It was just driving down the street at that point.
Was it driving past you on Laurel Glen Drive, or did it drive past you up Adams?
Down Laurel Glen Drive.
Okay. So it came by Laurel Glen Drive, didn't do anything. Did you watch it go further down the street?
I just watched it drive by.
Okay. Did any of the people that you were with seem to notice that car come?
I think so.
And what did they do when they noticed that car go by?
I think people just went to the front.
They moved up to the front of the lawn?
There were
you mean?
people in the front, and then some of the people that were near me were walking towards the front.
Okay. So the group moved closer to the road at that point?
Yeah.
Following this car?
Not following the car, moving to the front yard.
And you said that Ricky Fiola and Tyler Rich went up to the front of the yard, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember anybody else who went up to the front of the yard?
I don't.
Did Matthew Lokovich go up to the front of the yard?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
And you said that, and so at some point, did the car come back?
Yeah.
And when it came back, which way was it facing?
It was facing towards, I think it's
Would it help you if I
Farmhouse, I believe. Is that the
Towards
street at the end?
would it help if I showed you the other exhibit? So let's orient ourselves. You've described the car coming by and going down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse,
Yeah.
right? And now you say the car came back at some point.
Correct.
Okay. When it came back, which way was it facing?
Towards Farmhouse.
So it came back from Farmhouse and then it was facing towards Farmhouse?
I don't know if they turned around or went around like, if you go down Farmhouse and go down the other street back on Adams, it'll make like a square. So I don't know if they turned around or what they did. But yeah.
Did you see them coming back from Farmhouse up Laurel Glen?
No, they came from Adams and went down Laurel, or I'm assuming that's what they did. Because when they came to Laurel Glen, they went down the street towards Farmhouse again.
Okay. And you say that they came to a stop in front of the house?
Yeah.
I'm going to put the other exhibit back up there. And at this point, you said that the Honda Pilot stopped, right?
Yeah.
And when it pulled up, where was it located?
I'd say like right here.
Right there by the curb?
Yeah.
Not across the street?
No.
Not by the mailbox?
No.
And were you still standing back by the Bilco doors?
I had walked up a little more at that point.
Where were you standing at that point?
Right here.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the shaded area by the tree line and the rear driver's side of the black truck that's parked in the driveway on the exhibit.
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And at that point, were other people coming out of the house?
Coming out of the house, I'm not sure. It was the people that were outside that I saw previously.
Do you remember whether any other people came out of the house?
I don't remember.
Did anybody pass you?
Yeah, I think a couple people maybe.
Okay, and did those people appear to be coming from behind you?
Yeah.
And behind you at this point is where the house was, correct?
Correct.
And a few people, you say. How many people do you recall passing you?
3 maybe.
Just 3?
Yeah.
And could you see Matthew Lokovich at that point?
He was standing with me, yeah.
He was standing beside you. What was he doing?
The same thing I was doing, standing there.
And was he saying anything?
I think we were just watching.
Okay. And you're both standing in that same area?
Yeah.
And do you recall anybody else that was standing with you and Matthew Lokovich?
No, I don't.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at that point?
I think he was inside at that point.
So you don't recall seeing him?
No.
Do you recall seeing Tyler Rich?
Yeah,
Where was he?
in the front yard.
In the front yard by the curb?
Yeah.
Had he approached the car?
No, so he was probably like where that green tree is.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the sole green tree directly in the middle of the exhibit.
We'll allow the record to reflect that.
And who else was with Tyler Rich at that point?
I think it was just Ricky. I didn't see anyone else.
Just Tyler and Ricky?
Yeah,
So
that I
just two
remember.
of them in that spot?
That I remember, yeah.
Was anybody else there?
I think there was other people around, but I don't remember who exactly.
And how many other people do you think were there?
I really don't remember.
Okay. Did you see Faison Teal?
No, not at that point.
Did you see Tommy Connery?
No,
Did you see Mike Samperi?
no,
Did you see Sal Perry?
I don't remember. I really don't remember who was at the car.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
Not at that point, no.
Did you see Nikki DeJesus?
Not at that point, no.
Did you see Ty Wood?
No, not at that point.
Did you see Tanner Ternowski?
Not at that point.
And so you've got yourself and Matthew Lokovich standing. At this point, you remained in that same spot?
Yep.
Did you ever move from that spot?
To go back inside.
Did you ever get any closer to the vehicle?
No.
Did Matthew Lokovich ever get any closer to the vehicle?
I don't think so.
Did you see Ryan Hines?
No, not at that point.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik?
Not at that point.
And so you've said that you saw just Tyler Rich and Ricky Fiola approaching the vehicle.
That I remember, yes.
Okay. And what did they do as they approached the vehicle?
I don't remember them approaching the vehicle. I remember being them in the front yard walking towards the car, and a bunch of other people were in the front. Or I wouldn't say a bunch, but a couple people were in the front. And when they were getting closer to the car is when I went inside.
Okay. Did you ever at any point hear them getting loud?
No.
Did you hear any banging?
No, I heard things being thrown from both sides, but then I went inside.
You say you heard things being thrown from both sides.
Yeah.
How could you hear something being thrown from both sides?
You can hear, I'd say a can, like hitting the ground, like the driveway, you could hear it hitting. You can hear something hit the car.
Okay. But you didn't hear any yelling or anything aggressive before that?
I don't remember exactly if they were yelling or not, but I just remember things being thrown.
So you heard things getting thrown. Did you see anybody surround the car?
No.
Was Matthew Lokovich beside you the whole time?
No.
Where did he go?
I think he stayed outside. I went inside.
And so by the time you went inside, you hadn't heard any yelling?
No, not that I remember.
You hadn't heard any screaming?
No.
You hadn't heard any curses?
No.
You hadn't heard any threats being made?
No.
You didn't see anybody touch the car?
No.
You didn't see anybody other than Tyler Rich and Ricky Fiola near the car?
Correct.
But they weren't touching the car?
No.
You didn't see them throw anything at the car?
No.
You didn't see anybody get out of the car?
No.
And so then you turned around and went back inside?
Correct.
And who was inside when you went back inside?
Then I was with my friend Lily, Michaela Holton, Jimmy was down there, Izzy Silvis. I was just standing with those girls.
Before you went back inside, I think you told us on Friday that that you could see flashlights.
Yeah.
And when you say flashlights, do you mean on a phone? So you could see people with their phones already out and their flashlights on?
You could see lights, so I was assuming it was coming from their phones, yes.
And how many did you see?
A couple.
A couple. And you said that at some point you became aware that people were going back outside.
Yeah.
Okay. How did you become aware that people were going back outside?
I saw people going outside, and then people were talking about it.
Let's break that down a little bit. When you went back inside, did you go sit down somewhere?
I think I just stood right by the door, the stairs to go outside.
So at the bottom of the stairs? Do you remember anybody that was down there at the bottom of the stairs with you?
At that point, Jimmy was down there.
Jimmy was down there at the bottom of the stairs with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
I was just talking to him, so I didn't really check around who was around me.
And you said you became aware because people started going back outside. They were passing you to get up the stairs? How many people went past you?
I'm not sure.
Were you the last one to go back outside?
No, I think there were people behind me.
Did everybody empty out of the basement?
No,
How do you know that?
because when I was leaving, there were still people down there.
How do you know that they didn't come out after you?
I mean, they could have.
So you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Did Jimmy go back outside with you?
I don't know.
So you're talking to him down at the bottom of the stairs, and you don't know whether or not he went back outside with you?
No.
And you said when you went back outside that people started walking up the street towards Farmhouse Lane?
Right.
And did you see a vehicle down there?
Yeah.
What vehicle did you understand that to be?
It was the Honda Pilot.
And the Honda Pilot, that's the car that had pulled up before, correct? Had you seen who was inside the vehicle at that point?
No.
And you said that people started walking up the street, right?
Yeah.
Did you see anybody running up the street?
No.
Did you hear anybody yelling as they were going down the street?
No.
Did you see anybody throwing anything as they were going down the street?
No.
How many people did you see going down the street?
They were already like down towards Farmhouse by the time I started walking outside. So there were people just standing up there, and then there were people sitting on the curb. There were a couple people sitting on the curb.
Okay. And you said that of these people that were walking up the street, one of them that you identified for us was Tyler Rich, right?
Yep.
Matthew Lokovich.
Yeah.
Ricky Fiola.
Yeah.
Did you see Ryan Hines go up the street?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinsic go up the street?
No.
Did you see Jimmy McGrath go up the street?
No.
Did you see Jimmy McGrath when you were outside?
No.
Did you see Michael Samperi go up the street?
No.
Jacob Villalobos?
No.
The only three people that you can identify who walked up the street were Tyler Rich, Matthew Lokovich, and Ricky Fiola.
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teal at that point?
No.
And you told us you didn't hear any screaming,
No.
didn't hear any yelling,
No.
didn't see or hear anything being thrown.
No.
And you said that you yourself walked up the street at that point, right?
Correct.
And about a quarter of the way down towards Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Towards Farmhouse.
Towards Farmhouse,
Yeah.
on Laurel Glen
Yep.
Drive.
Yep.
And was anybody else walking with you?
No.
And you said at that point you could see a car parked about 3/4 of the way down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse Lane.
Yes.
And you said you saw some people standing there, correct?
Yeah.
Could you identify who those people were?
No, I was far back.
You didn't see anyone running after the vehicle?
No.
And you watched exhibit number 44, that was the ring video from across
Yeah.
the street. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
But you told us that you didn't see anything that had shown.
No.
You told us you spent about 30 seconds down the street, correct?
I'd say a couple seconds. Definitely not 30 seconds.
Okay. A couple seconds. You spent a couple seconds down the street. Were you with anybody during that time?
No.
Just by yourself?
Yep.
And then you turned around and went back to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
And you said when you went back inside, everyone was in the basement.
Right.
But not Ricky Fiola,
Correct. So not everybody.
not Tyler Rich, not Matthew Lokovich.
Correct.
Was Jimmy McGrath in the basement?
Yeah.
Was Ryan Hines in the basement?
I don't know.
Griffin Marcinsic?
I'm not sure.
Faison Teal?
I believe Faison was in there.
Where did you see Faison?
I think he was on the couch, if I'm not mistaken.
Who was sitting with him on the couch?
I don't remember.
Did you see Tommy Connery?
I don't remember.
Charlie Connery?
I don't remember.
Jacob Villalobos?
I'm not sure.
Alex Bernson?
No, I didn't see him.
Tyler Chernowski?
Who?
Tyler Chernowski?
Tanner Chernow?
Tanner Chernowski.
I'm not sure.
You said Ricky Fiola and Tyler Rich, those are Matthew Lockovich's friends, right?
Correct.
And you did tell us that also in the basement was Lily Lombardi,
Yep.
Izzy Silvas,
Yep.
and Michaela Holton, right?
Yes.
So you do remember that they were there as well?
Yeah.
And you're certain that Jimmy McGrath was down there?
Yeah.
And you told us you thought something bad was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
That everyone was going on about it, right?
I wouldn't say going on about it, but there was discussion about it.
Okay. Well, how would you describe that discussion about it?
Just talking, just like.
Calmly, like you and I are?
Yep.
Just talking about what had happened out front?
Correct.
And how were they describing what had happened out front?
I don't remember exactly what they were saying.
Did you hear any talk about wanting to fight the kids?
No.
Did you hear any talk about wanting payback?
No.
But you thought something bad was going to happen?
Yeah.
And you told us that you talked to Matthew Lockovich and Jimmy McGrath to stay out of it.
Correct.
So at some point, Matthew Lockovich came back inside?
Correct.
So now he's down in the basement too?
Correct.
When did he come back to the basement?
I'm not sure.
You told us you knew that Jimmy McGrath wouldn't get involved.
Yeah.
But Matthew Lockovich, if his friends were involved, he wouldn't just stand by.
Correct.
Were Matthew and Jimmy talking calmly about it as well?
They weren't even talking about it.
They weren't even talking about it. And then you told us that you walked back out the Bilko doors.
Correct.
How many other people went out with you when you went out the Bilko doors?
I'm not sure how many people.
And did everybody go out in a group?
I feel like everyone went out in parts. There wasn't just a whole group walking up there.
Did they all casually walk out?
Yeah.
Nobody was running to get outside?
Not that I saw.
And then you described going out back into the front yard after you walked through the Bilko doors. When you came back out, now this is the second time you've gone out into the front yard, right?
No, this would be the third time I went outside.
Okay. This is the third time that you went out into the front yard. Where did you stand this time? Could you show us on the exhibit?
I'd say right over here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the front of the black truck that is parked in the driveway in between the black truck and the red bush that is parallel to it.
Order will allow the record to so reflect. Thank you.
You're standing there. Who do you see in front of you?
Directly in front of me
Yes.
would be Jimmy and Charlie at that point.
Can you point out where they are on the exhibit?
Right over here.
Okay. So they're not directly in front of you. I'm sorry?
Diagonal.
Diagonal from you. How many feet away were they standing?
Maybe from me to, I'd say if the TV was a little farther back and I was standing a little farther back.
Okay, so would you say from the wall of behind you
Yeah. To
to the TV?
Yep.
Okay. And so you could see Jimmy, and who was standing beside Jimmy?
Charlie Connery.
They were standing side by side?
Yep.
Who else could you identify as being there?
Matt Locke.
Where was Matt Locke standing?
He was moving around, so towards the end, he was near Jimmy.
And when we say Matlock, we're not talking
Matthew
about
Yankovic.
okay, not the attorney played by Andy Griffith.
No, I'm not aware of who that is.
You don't know who that is?
I have no idea.
All right, so you say Matt was moving around.
Yeah.
When you first got outside, where was Matt?
I'm not sure.
You couldn't see him.
No.
Was there anybody that was up there by the red bush and the tree line where the shade is, where you had been earlier?
Near the truck, is that what you're talking about?
Right, when you described having been out there earlier.
I'm not sure if anyone was standing up there.
You didn't see anybody up there?
No, not that I know.
Everybody was down closer to the front part of the grass at that point?
Yeah, some people were in the driveway. Maybe some people could have been back there, but I wasn't turning around to look.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal?
At the end, I saw Faison.
Did you see him when you first came out?
No.
And you've described that Jimmy McGrath and Charlie Connery were up closer to the curb.
Yeah.
Did you see the vehicle, the Honda Pilot that you had described before? Where was that?
Parked. I would say like right here, maybe.
Now, there were, may the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witnesses pointed on the exhibit to an area beside the mailbox.
Court will go ahead and reflect that on the record. Thank you.
And there were other cars parked in the road too, right?
Yeah.
Both sides of the road?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not it was raining or misty at this point?
I don't.
Did you see people with their phones out and the lights on?
Yes.
And were there just Jimmy and Charlie standing in the front of the yard?
I think there was more people, but I don't remember who exactly.
Did you see Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Where was he?
I think he was closer to the, like near the red bush, but towards the center a little bit.
Okay.
I'd say like. Like over here, but this tree wasn't here, so I'd say like people.
Close to Jimmy and Charlie?
No.
And you told us that you saw Tyler DeSilva get out of the vehicle?
I didn't see them get out of the vehicle.
You didn't see them get out of the vehicle.
When I had walked up, the fight was already going on.
Okay. You told us on Friday, though, that you'd seen them run up onto the grass.
I would assume that they ran up onto the grass.
Oh.
I did not see that.
You didn't see them run up onto the grass. So when you came out, the fight was already going on?
Yeah.
And who was fighting at that point?
Tyler DeSilva and Lido and Tyler Rich, or maybe Alex Bernstein, I'm not sure.
You've seen video of this fight, correct?
Yeah.
And how many times have you seen that video?
A couple times.
Just a couple?
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw that video?
The last time I spoke with the state attorney, so when was that? I'm not sure exactly what date that was. It'd be a couple weeks ago.
In anticipation of coming in here to testify? Yeah. So when you say you would assume that they ran up onto the grass, that's not something that you actually saw. You don't know if these two people walked up onto the grass or not?
Correct.
But you did tell us that at one point Tyler DeSilva was by the red bush?
Correct.
And that Mr. Valle was behind him and closer to the road?
Correct.
You said a bunch of you were just standing there watching, right?
Correct.
Who was just standing there watching?
Me, Michaela Holton, or that I'm aware of. Everyone was kind of just standing around, so I'm not sure.
You said by the end that Matt Lockovich was standing by Jimmy.
Correct.
Do you recall, was Matt wearing a shirt?
No, he wasn't.
Do you recall when he took that shirt off?
I don't know.
Had he had it on earlier when you were standing outside with him?
Yeah, I believe so.
You told us on Friday that Alex Bernstein at this point was near Tyler De Silva, but you weren't quite sure about that?
Correct.
And you described it as being a chaotic scene, right?
Correct.
Everyone was everywhere, you said.
Correct.
But there were only a couple of kids fighting, and most of them were watching, was your recollection?
Correct.
And now you tell us that you were watching, correct? Michaela Holton was standing beside you. She was watching.
Correct.
Did either of you have your phones out?
No.
And who else was watching at that point?
I know Jimmy was watching. I'm really not sure who else.
When you say you know Jimmy was watching,
Yeah.
how do you know Jimmy was watching?
Because I was staring at him.
You were staring at him.
Yeah.
And he was standing in one place
Yeah.
the whole time?
About the same area, at least.
Okay. The same area. So he wasn't standing in one place the whole time.
He wasn't just standing still. I'd say like moving, but he didn't leave that vicinity over there.
When you say that vicinity, can you show us where he never left?
I'd say like right over here. Just stayed in that area.
Okay. You never saw him throw any punches?
No.
You never saw him throw any kicks?
No.
You never saw him even get close enough to do so?
No.
Was there anyone blocking your view of Jimmy?
No.
When you're standing there watching, could you identify where Tyler De Silva was?
No, not when I was looking at Jimmy, no.
At any point, did you see Tyler De Silva involved in the fight on the lawn?
Yeah.
Okay, where was he? Could you point out for us?
Tyler De Silva?
Tyler De Silva.
I'd say he was closer to the red bush.
Closer to the red bush?
Yeah.
And how many people was he fighting with?
It looks like one that I knew of for sure.
Looked like one. Do you remember who that was?
No, not really. I couldn't really see.
And could you see Mr. Valle at any point?
He was behind Tyler, so I couldn't see him until later.
Okay, so you couldn't see where Mr. Valle was.
He
the
knew
fight
he was
was going
behind
on?
Tyler De Silva, so he was closer to the curb, but I couldn't see him like fighting.
And then you said you recall hearing someone say he has a knife. He has a knife.
Correct.
Do you know who that was that said that?
Charlie Connery?
How do you know that?
Because I know Charlie's voice.
And so that night, you recall hearing him say that he has a knife. He has a
Correct.
knife. And you told us you thought, oh my God, what's going on?
Correct.
And then a couple seconds later, you saw Mr. Valle near Jimmy McGrath.
Correct.
And Jimmy McGrath, he was still in that same place. He hadn't moved.
Correct.
And was there anybody else near Mr. Valle?
At the time that he was near Jimmy,
Yes.
I think Matt and Charlie were near him.
Where were they?
I'm not sure. I know Charlie was on. I don't know what side Charlie was on, but I know Charlie was near him, and I know Matt had walked by him at that point.
Was Mr. McGrath's back to you, or was he facing you?
He was like. At what point are you talking about?
When you saw him and he was near Mr. Valle?
When the defendant was lunging at him?
When the first time that you saw him was, and you've described watching Mr. McGrath, was he facing you, or were you looking at his back?
He was facing me.
Mr. McGrath was facing you?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you see Will Berardi?
No, I don't recall seeing him.
Did you see Matt Lokovich?
Yeah.
And where was he in relation to Mr. Valle?
Close to him.
How close?
I'm not sure the exact distance.
Could you see his face, or could you see his back?
I I think it was his, I'm actually not sure. I can't.
And what did you see him doing?
He was just walking by him at that point.
Just walking by him? And what was Charlie doing?
Charlie was just standing there, I think, just next to him.
And you told us that you could see Mr. Valle lunge towards Mr. McGrath,
Correct.
and that he stayed there, that's Mr. McGrath, for about 2 seconds.
What was that? Sorry?
You said you saw him stay there for about 2 seconds, Mr. McGrath?
Stay there for 2 seconds. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
After you saw the lunge?
Yeah, yeah.
And at that point, was it just Mr. Valle and Mr. McGrath, face to
When I was
face?
looking, yeah.
There was nobody else near them?
No, not that.
No, no other people around them or behind Mr.
Probably
Valle?
like on the sides, like where everyone was standing, but not like directly next to them, no.
And you told us you didn't see a knife, is that right?
Correct.
And that you were first aware that Tommy Connery had been injured, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see anyone else at that point?
No.
But you later learned of the others?
Correct.
Did you see Ryan Hines at all during the fight?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich at all during the fight?
Here and there, not. I wasn't really focused on him.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos at all during the fight?
Yeah.
What was Jacob Villalobos doing during the fight?
I only saw Jacob push Tyler into the road.
You also told us that you saw somebody push Mr. Valle into the road, into a car at one point, right?
No, he walked to the car.
He walked to the car?
Yeah.
Do you recall speaking with officers about this in May, about a week after the events on May 23rd?
Yeah.
And you went down to the Shelton Police Department with your sister?
Yeah.
And you don't recall telling them that it was just a big brawl and Tyler Rich at one point pushed Raul Valle into the car?
They were wearing similar colors at that point, so when I looked, it looked like the defendant. And I think back to it, Tyler De Silva had a jersey on, so that's how I could tell the difference.
Okay, so you're backing off of that earlier description. Now Tyler Rich did not push Mr. Valle into the car.
Not that I recall now, no, I'm not sure.
And you said that you could see him go to the vehicle.
Yeah.
You were watching him at that point?
Yeah, because Jimmy was right there, so when I was looking at Jimmy, he was behind him.
So Jimmy was still standing in the same spot the whole time,
Yeah.
and you could see Mr. Valle at the vehicle.
Yeah.
What did you see him do at the vehicle?
He just opened the door and came back.
You would agree that's the same thing that happens in the video, correct?
Correct.
Are you sure that you're telling us of what you remember that night or what you saw watching the video?
No, I'm positive I'm telling you what I saw.
And again, what you remember is that Jimmy was not involved in the fight at all, right?
I know that for a fact.
You know that for a fact. How do you know that for a fact?
Because I know he was not involved in the fight.
And then you told us you saw Mr. Valle come back onto the grass, correct?
Correct.
You said he slipped,
It looked like a slip. I don't know what happened.
then he turns and he spins to his left,
Correct.
and he takes his arm, and you see him do this, his right arm, this
Correct.
upward motion
Correct.
into Mr. McGrath.
Correct.
And at that point, you would agree Mr. McGrath's back was to you?
No, not his back.
Well, can you tell us what you saw, what your view
I would
was?
say he was standing up like this, so it was like to the side angle.
Okay. And was there anybody else around Mr. McGrath and Mr. Valle at that point?
No, not that I recall.
They were isolated, just the two
Yeah.
of them. Did you see Mr. De Silva at that point?
No.
And then you told us on Friday that you are studying right now a criminal justice program.
Yeah.
Was part of the inspiration for doing that what you were involved with on that evening?
I would say, yeah.
And that's being involved that evening. Has that motivated you to see someone held responsible for this?
Sure.
May we see State's Exhibit 60? Can we watch that? Do we have it? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to ask you to watch this video with us.
What's the exhibit number, please?
I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 60?
60.
Yes,
Yeah.
Your
Yes, sir! Come on! Let's do this again!
You've seen that video before, Ms. Capella?
Yes.
And I don't do this to be gratuitous. I apologize. I recognize it's not easy for you to do to watch that. But I do think we need to break it down just a little bit. Do you know who was filming that?
Not at that time, I didn't know.
Have you since come to learn that it was Tanner Chernowski?
Correct.
Do you remember seeing Tanner Chernowski that evening?
Here and there, I don't really think I was with him a lot.
Do you remember seeing him film that evening?
No.
So when he was filming this, you don't recall seeing him walking around with his phone out?
No.
And where were you standing when that scene was going on that we just watched there?
Right where I pointed out before.
By the truck, by the front of the truck?
Yeah.
You hadn't moved at that point?
No.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I have what I would like to have marked as Defendant's Exhibit B for ID purposes. However, I understand I've shown it to the state, and I understand that there's no objection to this.
I'll hear from the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I ask that it be marked as a full exhibit.
All right, court will accept into evidence defendants to full exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect I've given the clerk a envelope. He's marked it as Defense Exhibit B. He's looked inside to see there's nothing else.
Well, for clarification of the record, it's defendants B, not 2. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit B. This is a frame by frame of that same video that we just watched.
Okay.
We had some trouble going through it slower earlier, so just broke it down to frame by frame.
Okay.
All right. All right. And so this is Defense Exhibit B. starting here at frame 0. Okay? Now, in this video here, this frame 0 that we see, do you see a person? I'm going to point up here. Do you see a person right here with what appears to be a light blue jersey of some sort on?
Yeah.
And you can also see it there if it's easier for you on there. Do you see that person?
Yeah.
Do you know who that person is?
It's really blurry. I can't tell.
Fair enough. And do you see to the right in front of that person someone wearing black shorts and a green top?
Yeah.
Do you know who that person is?
Again, it's blurry. I can't tell.
Okay. And do you see just to the right of that person in the black shorts and the green top someone wearing lighter colored shorts and a dark top
Yeah.
with some sort of graphic on the back?
Yeah.
We're going to scoot ahead 1, 2 frames. And again, do you still see these same figures there on the screen?
Yeah.
And do you see that now beside the person that was on the right of the screen wearing lighter shorts and a dark top, that there is another person that is emerging wearing a similar outfit?
No, I'm sorry, I don't see that.
Let me move it forward for you a little bit. Do you see now in frame 6 that there is another person wearing light bottom and a dark top that has emerged beside that other person?
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
On mine, I can't even tell. They look like people, so no, I can't tell who that is. Like right here, on this screen, I can't even tell that it's a person.
Can you see legs?
I can see legs, but that's it.
Would you agree that that's indicative of a person?
Yeah, on mine, it just looks like blurs.
Okay. And can you still see those same figures to the right of the screen on frame 8?
Yeah.
Do you see Matthew Lokovich anywhere here?
Not that I see, no.
And again, at frame 10, to the far right of the screen, do you see that there are at least now 2 people closest to the right edge of the frame wearing these lighter bottoms, dark tops that appear to have some graphic on the back?
Yeah.
Do you know, you couldn't identify who those people were?
No.
And here we are in frame 13. Do you see those same 2 folks to the right of the screen?
Yeah.
And here we are at frame 19. And to the right edge of the screen, can you see that those 2 figures, can you see their legs?
Yeah, a little.
And as we get further, along here, can you still see the legs of those 2 figures?
Yeah.
We are at frame 22 at this point. I'm sorry, I have to keep dropping it down. Do you see the first of those 2 figures here in frame 23? Can you see his legs?
Yeah.
Can you see his right leg?
Which one?
And can you see the one leg that appears to be back behind the others?
Yeah.
And here we are at frame 27. Can you see that leg being drawn back and now you can see the foot?
Yeah.
And do you see to the left side of the screen someone with a phone on?
Yeah.
And Can you identify that person as being Ricky Fiola?
Not from this, I can't.
Here we are in frame 28. Do you see the foot of one of those two people to the right side of the screen?
Yeah.
What does that foot appear to be doing to you?
I'm not sure.
It's no longer in contact with the ground, is it?
No.
You see the bottom of the foot?
Yeah.
You see that same foot in frame 29?
Yes.
And in frame 30, do you see that foot any longer?
It's really blurry. I can't.
Here we are in frame 40. Do you see those two figures with the light bottoms and the dark tops and the graphic on them? Do you still see them over here towards the right side of the screen?
I just see one.
You only see one. Okay. Here we are in frame 47. Now can you see the two figures again?
Yeah.
And is there a third person that appears to have joined them?
Yeah.
I apologize, Mr. Pella, I do not mean to be tedious. Here we are in frame 63. Do you see one of the two figures with the light bottoms and the dark top over to the right-hand side?
Yeah.
And do you still see on the left-hand side the same person that had the phone out with the light on before?
Yeah.
Can you identify that person as Ricky Fiola?
Again, I can't tell by this.
Understood. We're at frame 63 there. And again, here we are at frame 75. Can you once again see that there are two individuals over here with light bottoms and dark tops in the same area to the right of the screen?
Again, I can only see one.
Okay. Do you see this figure here with a white top
Oh,
and
yes.
a dark bottom to the right of the screen?
Yes.
And do you see to his left a figure with light bottoms and a dark top?
Yeah.
And do you see to that figure's left another figure with dark top and light bottoms?
Yes.
And do you see that the figure we just described appears to be moving to his left?
Yeah.
The other figure appears to be facing more towards the street?
Yeah.
Did you see Ryan Hines that evening?
No.
Never.
I saw him probably when he first got there, like a couple times, but I didn't really talk to him. And then I saw him after he was stabbed when the ambulance got there.
You didn't see him at all during the
No.
night? Do you know what he was wearing that night?
No, not to. I don't remember.
Do you see this figure here in the middle of frame 84 wearing a white top with some sort of multicolored graphic on the back?
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
I don't.
And here we are in frame 90. Can you see to the right of the figure with the black shorts and the green top what appears to be a figure down on the ground?
It's a big blur.
Is that the area where you recall seeing Tyler DeSilva?
I can't even tell where that is.
Here we are in frame 93. Now do you see a figure down on the ground, appears to have one arm over his head and another arm on the ground?
Yeah, I think.
Do you know whether or not that was where Tyler DeSilva was?
Not sure from this.
Well, you've seen this video before, right? Where we got these still frames from.
I think so.
And do you see the figure we just talked about in the middle with the white top and the multicolored design on the back looking towards, is that towards the road?
Yeah.
This is frame 96. Do you see this figure down on the ground now?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not that's Tyler DeSilva?
I can't tell from that.
Do you see to the right of the screen in frame 96 that there are the figure with the black bottoms and the white top that we saw before?
Yeah.
And do you see that there's another figure in front of him that looks like maybe bent over?
Yeah.
Is that the area towards the road?
I guess. Yeah.
And can you see on the very right of the frame here in frame 106, again, what appears to be light bottoms, light shoes, and a dark top?
I'm sorry, can you point that out again?
To the right here of the screen, do you see light shoes, light bottoms, dark top?
Yes.
Do you see Jimmy McGrath anywhere in this screen?
No, not that I can point out.
You told us he didn't move the entire time.
I said he stood in that area. It was, I wouldn't say he just stood in one spot, but
But he never engaged in any of the fighting,
not that, no.
not that you recall.
No.
And do you see the figure in the middle with the white top and the multicolored design on the back?
Yeah.
And do you see to that figure's left another figure with light shoes, light bottom, dark top, and some apparent graphic on the back?
Yes.
Here we are in frame 108. Do you see somebody on the ground there wearing light bottom and a light blue top?
Yeah.
Do you know if that's Tyler DeSilva?
I believe so.
You don't see Mr. Valle at this point anywhere, do you?
No.
Do you recall the fight breaking up into essentially two separate groups at any point?
Yeah.
And the fight involving Mr. DeSilva was closer to that tree that you've described, correct?
Correct.
In the bush, right?
Correct.
And the other fight was involving Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
How many people were fighting Mr. Valle?
I'm not sure.
Was Matthew Lockovich one of them?
I'm not sure.
Was Jimmy McGrath one of them?
No.
Do you see Jimmy McGrath anywhere in this video?
No.
In this frame here, this is frame 124.
No, not that I could point out.
Do you see in frame 24, right in the middle of the screen, a figure wearing light shoes, light bottom, and a dark top?
Yeah.
Is that Jimmy McGrath?
I can't point that out.
Do you see to the right of the frame, again, a figure wearing light shoes, black bottoms, and a white top?
Correct.
Is that what Charlie Connery was wearing that night?
I don't recall what everyone was wearing that night.
Do you see Matthew Lockovich anywhere in this?
No, I don't.
Do you see a person in frame 143 to the left of the screen?
Yeah.
And do you see that person with their phone out and the light on?
Yeah.
Can you identify that as being Ricky Fiola?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall seeing Ricky Fiola that night with his phone out filming anything?
I don't.
In this frame here, frame 157, do you see an individual with their shirt off, darker skin tone, and a dark pair of dark bottoms?
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that would be face on.
To the right of the screen, do you see somebody wearing light bottoms dark top, short sleeve.
Yeah.
You know who that is?
I'm not sure.
I want you to watch. We're going to start on frame 178. Do you see this figure here with black bottom and green top? Who's in the middle of the screen?
Yeah.
What does that person appear to do there to you?
I can't really see.
Do you see the leg, the right leg of that person?
I don't.
You don't see that?
No, I don't.
Here we are in frame 191. Would you agree that the focus of the camera has now panned to the right?
Correct.
And that would be towards Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yeah.
And do you see figures here on the screen?
Yeah.
You see one figure here to the very left side wearing lighter shoes, light bottom, and a dark top.
Yes.
You see a figure in front of him wearing light shoes, black bottom, and a white top.
Yeah.
Do you see a figure right here wearing white shoes, blue bottom, no top apparently?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I can't tell by this. This is really blurry.
Okay. What was Matthew Blokovich wearing that evening?
I don't recall exactly from my.
And do you see another figure to the right of the screen wearing black pants, long pants, and a white top?
Yeah.
And we forward through and we get... Do you see two vehicles here in the road?
Yes.
One near the curb?
Yep.
One behind the curb?
Yes.
And stay in frame. You see somebody going towards the vehicle that's further out in the road?
Yeah.
And you've seen this video before, correct?
Yeah.
And you see the figure that's closer to the car reach the car, right?
Yeah.
And then you see somebody come into the frame 226. Do you know who that person is?
I'm not sure.
Do you see the interior light appear to come on in the car there?
Yes.
And this is frame 247. Do you know who that person at the door is?
Nito?
And you would agree the camera has now panned over to where Mr. Valle is at the car.
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Valle say anything when he was at the car?
No.
And you see Mr. Valle appear to be looking back towards his left, correct?
Right.
And what was going on to his left at that point? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Did you see Tyler DeSilva at this point? Not in the video, but when you were standing on the lawn.
Yes, I believe so.
What was happening to Tyler DeSilva at that point?
I think he was getting pushed onto the out of the road.
He was getting pushed onto the road.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Zoom in on his face here. Cameraman does. And then we see the camera pan back to the left, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And now we are in frame 284. Do you see a figure on the ground?
Yeah.
Is that still Tyler DeSilva?
I think so.
He hasn't been pushed into the road yet?
No.
Is that different than your recollection?
Yeah.
And how many figures do you see surrounding him?
Surrounding him?
Yes.
Five.
Do you know who any of those folks are?
Not by this, no.
This is frame 286. That's a little clearer, correct?
Yeah.
Can you identify any of those folks?
The one with his shirt off is Alex. The one with the red hat, Michael Samperi. That's really all I could tell.
Okay. But you would agree that there are at least 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 figures that we can see in that frame other than Mr. De Silva on the ground.
Correct.
And you can identify 2 of those?
Yeah.
Do you see Mr. McGrath anywhere?
No.
Now, we are in frame 307. Do you see on the right-hand side of that frame that there are 2 figures, one with a white top and black bottom, one with what appears to be a lighter bottom and a dark top?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Can you see 2 figures on the far right-hand side of the frame? While this is going on, what we're seeing here, are you watching Mr. De Silva as he's being attacked?
No.
What are you watching?
I think I was looking at Matt at that point.
You were looking at Matt?
Yeah.
Where was Matt?
I think he was back more, I believe.
When you say back,
Like-
could you show us on the exhibit behind you where Backmore is?
I would just say behind this fight, so I think it was like he was over here more.
Okay, closer to the tree line or closer to the road?
I would say closer to the road.
And here we are in frame 333. You see a figure emerging from the right-hand side of the frame?
Yeah.
He's wearing light shoes, a black bottom, and a white shirt, you'd agree?
Yeah.
You know who that is?
I think that's Charlie Connery.
Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
You told us before he was standing with Jimmy McGrath.
Near him, yeah.
Near him?
Yeah.
And Matthew Lockovich as well, right?
Yeah.
Do you see in frame 345 another figure emerging just behind Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I have no idea.
Do you see in frame 355 another figure emerging just behind the figure that you could not identify that's following Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I think that's Matt.
That's Matt Lockovich?
Yeah.
Do you remember him walking with these other 2 individuals?
Walking with them? No. I just remember him walking by, yeah. Like walking that way, sorry.
Would you agree that he's not behind that fight that's going on?
Correct.
And do you see here, in frame 364, a figure emerge just behind Matt Lockovich, the unidentified individual, and Charlie Connery, wearing light bottom, light shoes, and a dark top?
Yeah.
You know who that is?
I believe that would be Jimmy.
Do you see in frame 385 Matthew Lockovich?
Yeah.
And what was Matthew Lockovich doing at this point?
I'm not sure. He kind of just was standing there like that.
Just observing?
Yeah, I think so.
In frame 398, do you know who the individual in the middle is that appears to be pushing someone whose shirt is up over their head?
I can't tell from that.
And do you still see to the right of frame 398 the individual wearing lighter shoes, light bottom, dark top?
Yeah, that'd be Jimmy.
And as we go past now onto frame 409, does that appear to be Jimmy to you?
Yeah.
And you see somebody getting pushed out into the road?
Yeah.
And you see another figure in frame 417 that is now passing as Mr. De Silva gets pushed into the road, do you not?
Correct.
And in frame 427, you see Mr. De Silva's left hand, correct?
Yeah.
Do you see anything in his left hand?
Not that I can tell, not.
And now, you see Mr. De Silva go into the road. At frame 457. Mr. De Silva still in the road at frame 479. Do you see Mr. McGrath at this point?
Not in this picture, no.
Do you see Mr. Lockovich at this point?
No.
Do you see any of those other figures that we had seen before?
No.
Where were they at this point?
On the grass?
And what were they doing?
I'm not sure.
Were you still looking at Jimmy McGrath?
I believe so, yes.
Were you looking at Matthew Lockovich?
I believe Matt, yeah, I
What
was.
was Matt doing?
I think he was just watching again.
Where was Michael Samperi at that point?
I have no idea.
Do you know what anybody was doing at that point?
Not that I can recall, no.
Here we are at frame 485. Do you see the light shoes, light bottom, dark top?
Yeah.
And do you know who that is?
Jimmy?
And at this point, do you agree he is not facing Tyler De Silva in the road?
Correct.
And do you see any of the other people from? And in frame 486, do you still see what you've identified as Jimmy?
Yeah.
And do you see a hand on his lower back?
Yeah.
Do you know whose hand that is?
No, it doesn't even look like a hand.
Can you identify it as a hand now? In
Yeah.
frame 488?
No, I can't.
Can you identify it as a hand now in frame 489?
Appears to be.
Do you know if that's Matthew Lockovich's hand?
I have no idea.
Do you know if Matthew was still standing beside Jimmy at that point?
I believe he was near him at that point, yeah.
And where was Charlie Connery at that point?
Maybe a little bit in front of them.
In front of them?
Yeah, I think so.
And where was Faison Teal at that point?
I'm not sure.
Ryan Hines?
I didn't see Ryan during this.
Tyler Rich?
Not sure.
You see Mr. De Silva still in the road in frame 489.
Yes.
And do you see in frame 508 Jimmy McGrath?
Yeah.
And do you see any of the other people?
I don't.
Do you recall what any of the other people were doing at that point?
I don't.
Do you recall what Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
I don't.
Could you see Mr. Valle at that point?
Not at this point, no.
Was somebody blocking your view?
No.
Why could you not see Mr. Valle?
I don't remember.
And it's frame 518 now. Do you see Mr. McGrath is no longer in the frame?
Correct.
And now frame 528. Do you see Mr. McGrath or part of Mr. McGrath at the left side of the frame?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Valle at that point?
I think he got closer at that point.
Where was Mr. Connery standing at that point?
I don't remember exactly.
Where was Matthew Lokovich standing at that point?
I'm not sure exactly.
Were they blocking your view?
No,
How do you know that?
because I remember I had a clear view.
And can you see Mr. McGrath in frame 532?
Yes.
Frame 533?
Yep.
Frame 534?
Yes.
And frame 535?
Yes.
Now, after seeing that, does that in any way change your recollection of seeing Mr. McGrath standing in one area not involved in the fight?
No.
And you would agree that you did see him from time to time there, moving with a group that included Charlie Connery, an unknown person that you couldn't identify for us, Matthew Lokovich, your boyfriend,
Yes.
Jimmy McGrath,
Yes.
and another individual with black pants and a white top that we saw come across the screen that, again, you couldn't identify.
Yes.
Okay. And there were other figures that you couldn't identify as well, right?
Correct.
But you're certain that you had a clear view of seeing what happened between Mr. Valle and Mr. McGrath,
100% yes.
and that it was just the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And you can't tell us where Mr. Connery or Mr. Lokovich were at that point.
No.
You were dating Mr. Lokovich at this time, correct?
Correct.
And you had grown up, you told us, since childhood with Mr. McGrath.
Yeah.
How well did you know Mr. Connery
Pretty well.
and his family?
Yeah.
Tommy, had you ever been over to their house?
Yeah.
And you didn't call the cops that evening, correct?
I did not.
And you didn't go to talk to the cops, they came to you, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't until May 23rd, correct?
Yeah.
A little bit more than a week after this all occurred. Had you talked to anybody about what happened that night prior to speaking with the cops?
No.
You hadn't talked to anybody about it?
No.
Not even Matt?
No.
And you wouldn't want to see Jimmy McGrath's memory or reputation damaged in any way, would you?
No.
You wouldn't want to see any harm come to Matthew Lokovich, even though you're not with Matthew Lokovich anymore, correct?
Correct.
And Charlie Connery, you wouldn't want to see any harm come to him, right?
Right.
And you've come here and you've tried to tell us, to the best of your recollection, what you saw that evening, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Couple questions, Your Honor. Morning, Taylor. So the defense attorney asked you just moments ago regarding you saw a video frame by frame, it was states withdrawn, defense B, where he had asked you on multiple occasions where people were standing. To your recollection, you had some indication of where you saw people, but for the most part, you were not able to indicate where everyone was.
Correct.
From your best recollection, was Jimmy involved at all, from what you can recall that night, in the fight?
No.
When the fight was going on, Taylor, where was Jimmy standing from your vantage point? Where was Jimmy standing where you were?
Diagonal from me.
And the whole time he was standing in that general location, you indicated that he moved around a little bit, but for the most part, was he standing in that general location the entire
Stayed in that same area for majority of the time.
When counsel showed you the frame by frame of defense B, are you able to indicate at all for sure who those individuals were who were wearing a dark shirt and a light bottom?
No, it was dark. You can't even see their faces in those frames.
Do you recall offhand as you sit here today if anyone else at the party was wearing dark shirt and light bottoms that night?
No, I wasn't focused on everyone's outfits.
And it's difficult to recall each and every individual, what they were wearing, where they were standing. But from that night, what are you 100% sure you witnessed that night?
I watched the defendant go up to Jimmy and stab Jimmy.
And when you witnessed the defendant go up and stab Jimmy, as you indicated on direct examination, do you recall if anyone else was standing directly next to Jimmy at that point?
No.
Was anyone else, as defense counsel indicated, putting his arm around Jimmy or in close proximity to Jimmy at that point?
Mm-mm.
When the defendant came up to Jimmy, was it a purposeful stabbing?
Yes.
When the defendant came up to Jimmy, was there any hesitation that you saw in him stabbing Jimmy?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Please don't just step as you exit. I think this would be a good time to take our morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and take our morning recess, and I believe the state has one more witness to call this meeting. Thank you. Court will stand in recess.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning.
Thank you. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's my understanding this is the last witness.
Yes, this will be the last one.
Thank you. Good, thanks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of our jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, at this point in time, I would ask the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Charlie Connery to the stand.
Connery, please step into the witness box, remain standing. Excuse me, our clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record, sir.
Charles Joseph Connery,
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Charlie. How you doing? Good. Just do me a favor. Keep your voice up and stay close to that microphone because the acoustics are kind of bad in this courtroom. Okay. Charlie, can you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you go to school?
I go to Central Connecticut State University.
And what do you study?
Construction management.
And are you working for the summer?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm an intern for a construction company.
Now, have we met before today?
Yes, we have.
How many times did we meet?
Twice.
And why did we meet?
Discuss this.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
Shawn High School.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
And did you play any sports?
Yes.
What did you play?
I played baseball.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Ryan Hines?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
He's a friend. He was my baseball teammate. He's a good friend of mine.
State's Exhibit 56. Can you tell us who's in State's 56?
Ryan Hines.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
A childhood friend and still one of my best friends today.
I want to direct your attention to later on in the night on May 14th of 2022. Did you attend a party anywhere that night?
Yes.
And what party did you attend?
Party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive.
And who lives there?
Tyler Rich.
And show you State's Exhibit 5. Do you know whose house that is?
It's Tyler Rich's house.
Now, what time of day would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
9:30 to 10.
And was it what was the lighting out like?
It was dark outside.
Was it dark out where you couldn't see in front of you, pitch black? What was it like?
I was able to see in front of me, but I wasn't pitch black out.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house on that night, how many people were at Tyler Rich's house? Do you recall?
Around 30 people.
And what kinds of things were going on at Tyler Rich's house?
Drinking, social gathering, just hanging out with friends.
And when you say drinking, what kind of things were people drinking?
Beer.
And how did you get to Tyler Rich's house?
I drove.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house initially, did you have anything to drink at that point?
No,
Why not?
because I was driving.
How long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house for initially in the beginning?
Probably half an hour to 45 minutes.
And after about half hour to 45 minutes, did you have an occasion to leave Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I received a call from a friend, Ryan Hines, to that he has just gone to a fight and kicked out of a party and wanted to see if I could pick him up.
And did you, in fact, go pick him up?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To this girl named Natalia's house. I don't know her address. It's in Shelton.
How'd you get there? Did you?
I drove.
Okay. Did you put a GPS on and kind of follow Waze or something?
Yeah.
So when you got to Natalia's house, who did you pick Ryan up?
Yes, I picked up Ryan and Griffin Marcinzik.
And when you picked up Ryan and Griffin, did you leave Natalia's house immediately?
Yes.
When you picked them up, was it just the two of them?
Yes.
Did Ryan have anything with him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall whether or not did you see either Griffin or Ryan drinking that night?
Yes, they were drinking.
Were they drinking before or after they got to Tyler Rich's house?
Let's say before.
At some point in time, you brought him back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And when you got back to Tyler Rich's house, actually withdrawn, on the way over to Tyler Rich's house, did you talk to Griffin and Ryan about what had happened earlier on in the night?
Yes.
And did they inform you about what had happened?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you got back to Tyler Rich's house. Were you aware of a group chat that was going on at all?
No, I was not.
And when you got back to Tyler Rich's house, how did you guys go in the house? Do you recall?
Through the basement doors.
Okay. And where are the basement doors located?
On the right side of his house.
And when you got back down there, what happened when you got back down to the basement?
Same stuff that was going on before. Talking. People were asking questions to Ryan and Griffin. What happened to you guys?
Now, are you familiar with Faison Teal?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Faison?
Classmate, grade above me. Just known him for we played football together.
Showing you States 54. Who is this individual?
That's Faison Teal.
Was he at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to talk to him that night?
Yeah.
States 55, can you tell us who this is?
That's my brother, Tommy Connolly.
And was he at Tyler's house that night?
Yes.
And States 57, do you know who this is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy?
Football, basketball teammate growing up, childhood friend. Hung out with him every weekend.
And was he at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Jimmy throughout the night that night?
Yes, we had a conversation.
When you got back to Tyler Rich's house, did you drink anything?
After picking up Griffin and Hines?
Yes.
Yes.
What did you drink?
I had 2 Bud Lights.
And what time would you say you got back to Tyler Rich's house at that point, when you got back initially?
Around 11, maybe earlier.
Okay. And at some point in time when you were back at Tyler Rich's house, did you become aware of any type of group chat that was going on at that point?
No.
How long would you say you were back at Tyler Rich's house before withdrawn? Did you become aware at some point that a car had arrived in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I've heard that the kids that just fought Ryan and Griffin were outside, so I went outside to go talk to them.
Now, prior to the car showing up, how long would you say you were back at Tyler Rich's house for? What was that?
Half an hour, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. And when you went outside, do you recall how you went outside?
Yes.
How did you go outside?
I went to the basement doors, so around the front yard,
Okay.
and the car was across the street of the front yard, and I went over and talked to the person in the passenger seat.
So States 49. Can you indicate on States 49 where you saw the car pull up initially?
Like the beginning of the road on the right side, going down the road, facing down the road, right there.
Right here? So facing this way or facing this way?
Facing that.
Facing up?
Yeah.
Okay, so the record can reflect the witnesses identified the area just north of the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen, just to the left of where it appears to be a group of trees on the property across from 43 Laurel Glen.
So noted.
And you walked over to the car?
Yes.
Do you recall who you walked over to the car with? Was there anybody with you?
I don't recall.
Was there people with you, though, when you walked over?
Yes.
How many people would you say were with you at the time?
8 to 10.
And when you walked over, you spoke to somebody in the car?
Yes.
What side of the car did you speak to them
Passenger side.
Passenger, so the right side of the car, if the car's looking that way?
Yes, right side of the car.
Okay, front passenger or rear passenger?
Front.
And who did you speak to in the front passenger?
Tyler De Silva.
And what kinds of things were you telling him?
I asked him what he did, and I was with him the week before, and I told him that, like, I like you, like, I think you're a good kid. I know your cousins. I grew up with them, and I said, just leave. Like, there don't want any problems. Just leave.
And how do you know Tyler De Silva?
I know his cousins from growing up playing baseball, and a week prior to that, I was with Tyler De Silva and his friends.
Okay. Did you notice anybody else in the car at this point in time?
Yes,
Who else did you notice?
Jack Snyder
And where was Jack Snyder?
driving.
How do you know Jack Snyder?
I was also with him the week before that.
Did you notice anybody else in the car at this point?
Yes, but I couldn't recognize faces. It was
Okay, so you knew there were other people in the car, but you didn't know who it was?
I knew who it was.
Who else did you recognize?
Raul Valle.
Okay, and how do you know Raul?
A St. Joe student was also with him a week before that.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
A black suit and black tie.
Can you please point him out for the record? May the record reflect your honor the witness identified the defendant in this case.
Court will reflect on the record that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Now, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
Do you know Sal Perry?
Yes.
Do you know Mike Sampieri?
Yes.
Do you know Alex Bernston?
Yes.
Do you know Jake Villalobos?
Yes.
Do you know Matthew Lakovich?
Yes.
How do you know those individuals?
All friends growing up.
And were they present at
Yes.
Tyler Rich's house that night? So, now you said you were talking to Tyler Rich, or Tyler De Silva, excuse me, initially in front of the 43 Laurel Glen. Did you notice, was the defendant saying anything or doing anything at this point?
I did not notice.
How long would you say your conversation lasted for with Tyler De Silva at that car?
Not even 30 seconds.
Do you recall what kind of car it was, by the way?
Dark SUV.
Okay. And so it was, you said 30 seconds?
Yeah.
At some point in time, well, withdrawn, was the conversation with Tyler De Silva, was it cordial? Was it peaceful?
It was peaceful.
At some point in time, did the interaction between either you and Mr. De Silva or anybody else around you in the car become not peaceful?
Not that I'm aware of.
What happened after that period of time speaking with Mr. De Silva?
I walked away and I went towards the front lawn where all the other rest of the party was there, just watching, just was talking with them.
So you had a conversation with Mr. De Silva in the street area for about 30 seconds, and then you walked away?
Yes.
Where did you walk to? Can you tell us on State 49?
In the driveway, a little bit to the left, like by like the lawn and like near the white car, kind of.
Like probably this area here?
A little bit more up though, or like down, like on the lawn.
Down here?
Yes.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, the witness is identifying in States 49 the front right passenger side wheel of this white pickup truck. On the grass area. So when you were in that area, were you able to observe things that were going on at the car at that point, or what were you doing when you went back to that area?
I wasn't really paying attention to the car, but I was just talking with friends, like, just, I don't recall what we were talking about, but just talking with them.
Now, how many people were in your area at that point in time? Do you remember?
Around 20.
20, okay. So there were about 10 kids or so at the car, and then 20 like back at near your area? At some point in time, did you have an occasion to see the car leave for any reason?
Yes.
Do you know why the car left?
No.
Do you recall hearing or seeing any type of altercation that happened at the car?
When the car was not moving?
Right.
No.
So when the car left, which way did it go? Did it go up in States 49, or did it go back towards Adams?
It went up.
Okay, and when it went up, tell us what you observed about what the car did.
When it went up, since there was people around the car, it sped off very, very fast, and kids got out the way, and then it turned around and came back, and stuff was thrown out, and then people picked up their stuff that was with our friends, and we threw stuff back while I was going back and forth speeding the car.
Were you involved in that at all?
No, I was not.
So did you stay in the area in front, in the, on the grass area where you just described in States 49 when this was happening?
Yes.
How many times would you say the car drove up and down the street?
3 to 4.
And at some point in time, did it stop?
Yes.
And when it stopped, what did you do?
Stopped at the end of the road, north all the way down.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. States 1, show us on States 1 where the car stopped.
At the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane.
So in this area here? Yes. And when you saw the car stopped down the area, down in that area, what did you observe about it at that point? Did you observe the car just stopped, or tell us what you saw?
I noticed that 2 individuals got out of the car. So me and a couple of my friends went down there to talk to them.
And when you say a couple of your friends, do you recall who you were with?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Ty Wood, Matt Lockovich, Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich. That's about it.
When, so you went down the street?
Hmm?
When you went down the street, did you go in a big mob? How did you make your way down the street?
A couple kids were farther up than me. We kind of went individual or like in as twos, not as in a group.
Who were you closer to? Do you recall?
Ty Wood,
And who was further down the street? Do you know who was further down the street?
Tyler Rich, and Ricky Fiola.
Okay. And when you got down, how far did you get down the street, would you say, that night?
So where they were in the intersection?
And did you witness any interactions with anybody?
Yes.
What did you witness about any interactions at that point?
I witnessed that Ricky Fiola was talking to Raul Valle, and that me, Matt Lockovich, and Ty were talking to Tyler Da Silva.
And what were you guys talking about with him? What did you say to him? Did you say anything to him at that point?
Told him to leave. Said, buy the car, leave.
And did you, Ty Wood, or anybody else that you were with, engage in any fighting behavior down Laurel Glen at that point in time?
No.
Did you witness Ricky Fiola and the defendant speaking to each other?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear what the defendant was saying at any point during that interaction?
No, I did not.
How long would you say the interaction was between you and Mr. Da Silva down the street when you told him to leave?
10 seconds.
And after you told him to leave, what did you do?
Turned around and walked back.
Walk back to Mr. Rich's house?
Mhm.
And how long would you say, did you observe the entire interaction between Mr. Fiola and the defendant?
Most of it, yeah.
Okay. Were they still talking when you turned around and walked back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you make it all the way back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Did you walk back by yourself?
No.
Tell me about how you made it from where Tyler Rich was to back to 43 Laurel Glen.
I walked back with Ty Wood and Matt Locke, and the rest jogged up and caught up to us, and then we walked back together.
And when did you discuss anything with John? Who caught up with you and walked back with you at that point in time? Do you recall?
Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich, Matt Locke, Ty Wood.
And did you guys discuss what had happened down the street?
Yes.
And in particular, did you have a conversation with Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I did.
And after that conversation happened, did you guys all make your way back into Mr. Rich's basement?
Yes.
And how long would you say you were back in the basement for?
30 seconds.
And at some point in time, did you exit the basement after 30 seconds?
Yes.
Why did you exit the basement?
I was told that they're back.
And when you were told that they were back, how did you get out of the basement? The same way you went in?
Same way I went in.
And when you came out of the basement, where did you go? Do you recall where you went?
Yes.
States 4. Can you see in States 4 where you went?
Yes, I went. I was hanging out by the basement doors and slowly creeping up, but I kept my distance from what was going on.
What was going on when you came outside?
It was like I saw people like lined up face to face, like talking to each other.
I'll show you State 6. Can you show me in State 6 where you saw people lined up?
Towards the left, by between like the bush and the truck.
So somewhere in this area here?
Yes.
And who was in that area at the time when you came outside?
I saw Ty Wood, Ryan Hines, Tyler Rich, Tyler Da Silva, and Raul Valle.
And what were you observing about all of them?
They were just face-to-face talking.
Who was face-to-face talking to Tyler Da Silva? Do you recall?
Tyler Rich.
And who was anybody talking to the defendant?
Yes.
And who was talking to the defendant?
Ryan Hines and Ty Wood.
And do you recall, can you tell us on this exhibit here, State 6, where was Tyler Da Silva standing as opposed to where was the defendant standing? Can you show us in this exhibit?
Tyler Da Silva was more to the left, like was to the left side, and Raul was to the right. They were next to each other, but Raul was on the right and Tyler was on the left.
So Raul was probably closer to this red bush here.
Yes, and Tyler was closer to the truck. They were right next to each other.
And when they were talking, describe what the conversation was like when they were face to face.
I wasn't close enough to hear.
So you just heard. What did you hear? Were they just talking, or were they? Was it loud?
It seemed more not peaceful as the other conversations were. It seemed like something was stirring up, that they're getting louder and louder, but I didn't know what they were talking about.
So were you still back by the Bilko doors?
Yes.
Back here?
Yes.
You were witnessing this from back where this in State 6. See, there's like this AC unit back here. Were you back over here?
Yes.
But could you, from your vantage point, could you see what was going on? How could you see what was going on over here?
Or the clear view.
Were there lights?
Yes, there was a garage light shined right at them.
Did anybody else have their phones out? Was there lights on at this point?
No, not that I'm aware of.
But from that vantage, how far do you think it is from this area where the AC unit is next to the Bilko door to where this area is here?
About 20 feet.
20 feet. So you could see what's going on. You could hear what's going on. Could you make out the exact words that people were saying? I mean,
At the time, maybe, but I don't recall what they were
okay, that's fine. How long would you say the conversation lasted for between the parties?
That conversation right there?
Yeah.
10 to 15 seconds.
And after 10 to 15 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe?
I observed Raul making a movement and Tyler Rich coming across and punching him in the face.
Now when this was going on, when you were observing and listening to what was going on, were you making your way closer to?
Yes.
Okay. And so at some point in time, prior to the punch that you saw, how close were you in this exhibit? Can you tell us?
A little bit farther from me to you right now.
Okay, so probably about 10 feet?
Yeah.
And at that point in time, you saw the defendant make a move?
Yes.
What was the move like? Can you describe what it was like? Can you show us?
I like something like that. Like something like this with no contact though. Like just went like this.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was trying to do, but Tyler Rich came across and punched him in the face.
And when Tyler Rich came across and punched him in the face, what happened after that?
Two fights kind of broke out separate ways, and I just watched my brother run over to the fight that was going towards the left side, which I saw Ryan Hines and Faison Teal over there with Raul Valle fighting him, and I saw my brother running over there, so then I started running over there.
So when you say you started running over, let me see. This is Stage 52. Can you show us on Stage 52 where you said the fights broke up or
Yes.
spread out? Can you show us on Stage 52?
Started here, and I went towards this way.
That's where you walked.
That's where I walked,
And where was the fight going towards the right there?
around right here.
Okay. So they were closer to the house when the fight started?
Yes. It was around right here. One guy went this way, the other side went this way.
Okay. And you started following the fight to the left?
Yes.
And that was the fight that involved who?
My brother, Tommy Connery, Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal.
And what did you observe about that fight when you were following it?
Well, I ran over there, and then by the time I got there, I didn't do anything. I just stood and watched, and I saw Tommy sort of standing over him as well, but more in it. I saw Ryan like on top of him, and I saw Faison also like, or like on top of him, like not on top of him, but like next to him, like fighting.
So, is there a path of travel, we'll say, that the fight took when you were observing this? Did it stay in one area, or did it constantly move?
It first stayed in one area, but then everyone got off of Raul, and then he walked away, and that fight was over.
Can you show me like where that all happened, to the best of your recollection?
Like happened over here,
Yeah.
then everyone like got off them, and like Raul like walked like towards this way around.
Okay. And when you saw that happen, where did you follow?
Yeah, I followed him.
Show me the path that you followed.
I kept a far distance from him the whole entire time, and when he was like over here, I was over here, and if he made his way this way, I was over here.
Keep my distance from him, but keep my eye on him.
Why did you do that?
Because I was aware that he had a knife.
And did you engage in the fight at all?
No.
So what did you observe when you walked? So you did like correct me if I'm wrong, you did like almost like a semicircle?
Yes.
And what did you observe about the defendant as you're doing this semicircle?
I observed when he got out of the fight, some people pushed him to get even more out of the way and get him into the road and get him out of here and like just have him leave. And I just kept observing him walking, and I watched him walk towards the car.
Okay. So let me stop you there. Can I just take this for a second? So this is state 52. So you witnessed the fight happen somewhere in this area here? Yeah. Just above the, so the initial interaction between the Silva and the defendant were in this area here between, next to the black truck? Yeah. State 52. Fight breaks out. The Silva gets pushed back this way towards where the tree is in state 52? Yes. And the fight between the defendant, Hines, your brother, and Teal is somewhere in this area here? Yes. And I'm pointing to the area north of the red tree in state 52 on the left-hand side. So, at some point in time, you say the fight, they let off of him? Yes. And you kind of follow this area, like a semicircle, the defendant makes his way over here, and you see another group push him out. What did you tell us about that?
I saw like a couple kids like just give him like a little shove to just get him off the property.
Show me where you saw that happen.
Around here, and the foot happened here, and everyone just stepped back.
Okay. So, in state 52, we're talking about the right-hand side of the photo, Your Honor, near the curve, probably just south of the right red bush.
So noted.
And when you saw that happen, did your attention go anywhere else at that point?
No.
Now, was your eye on the defendant the entire time that this was going on?
Yes.
Do you know if Jimmy McGrath was involved in the fight, and the fight was going on over here, initially with the defendant and your brother, Faison, and Ryan?
He was.
Was Jimmy McGrath involved in anything going on to the right over here?
No.
Do you know where Jimmy McGrath was at this point in time?
No.
Okay. And when you came and did the semicircle, at some point in time, did you notice Jimmy McGrath at some point?
When I was going to go around here.
Yeah.
No, I still didn't.
Okay. At what point did you see Jimmy McGrath outside at some point?
Yes.
After. Okay. So when you did the semicircle, you said you noticed the defendant walk back to the car.
Yes.
Tell me where you saw him walk back to the car.
He walked back to the car over here.
Okay. And what did?
I was following him. I was like over here, got my eye on him, and he opens the door, and then he closes it, and he goes right back in, and I start
Yelling, he has a knife, he has a knife, he has a knife, because I thought he just went and grabbed it, but unfortunately I was wrong.
And when you yelled that he had a knife, did you see him have a knife on him at that point in time?
No.
What did you observe about the defendant when he came back onto the property?
I saw him next to Tyler Da Silva, and they were both in the road, and no one was going after them. No one was going near them. They were just everyone was just looking at each other, and then the defendant went after the closest person to him, who was Jimmy McGrath, and stabbed him.
Do you recall if Jimmy McGrath tried to engage withdrawn? Did you see Jimmy McGrath at this point in time, just prior to the defendant stabbing Jimmy?
I saw him right before it, like right before he got stabbed.
Did it appear that Jimmy McGrath, was he trying to engage the defendant?
No, he wasn't.
Did it appear that, did Jimmy have a weapon on him that night?
No, he did not.
Did Jimmy approach the defendant in any manner whatsoever, from your perspective?
No, he didn't.
So tell us about what you saw. He comes onto the grass area. When he's on the grass area, do you know where the rest of the people are at this point in time?
Sort of stepping back a little bit from Raul and Tyler Silva, because they've heard that I've yelled he had a knife, and people were kind of stepping back to where they were, like more towards the middle of the lawn, or somewhere around the lawn, not near the road. And the defendant went after the closest person to him, which was Jimmy.
So where was Jimmy standing that you recall?
Around here.
Okay, so that's just to the right. It's like on States 52, just upwards and just slightly to the right of where the mailbox was.
Yes.
There is. So, what did you? So take us through it. He comes back on the lawn. You scream he's got a knife. And then what is he? What is he? Where's Jimmy's? Where? When he's on the lawn. When the defendant's on the lawn, where's Jimmy?
When the defendant comes back, he's over here. Jimmy's around over here.
Okay.
And everyone's around here, now I'm like right here. And then the defendant comes to the lawn, and Jimmy's right here.
And tell me what you saw at that point.
I saw the defendant.
Go after Jimmy aggressively, and Jimmy was trying to get away, and he stabbed him.
Did you see Jimmy take a step back? What did you see?
I saw Jimmy trying to avoid it.
Yeah. And what happened?
Didn't.
And where did you see him stab Jimmy McGrath?
Sort of like, from my point of view, it looked like the upper stomach range, like lower chest, like right around here.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, Your Honor, he's indicating on his own body just the upper stomach area below the left chest area. And when you saw the defendant stab Jimmy, what, if anything, did you observe or hear next?
I yelled out Jimmy's name twice, saying "Jimmy, Jimmy," and he turned around and said, "I've been stabbed." And then the next second, he collapsed to the ground.
And when he collapsed, what, if anything, did you do next?
I froze, and I saw a couple people running towards him, and then I just started hearing screams of someone yelling, "I need stitches, I need stitches."
Do you know who that was?
Yes, I turned around and saw my brother on the ground, just like covered in blood.
And where was your brother? If you can use States 52, do you recall where you saw your brother?
I was right here, and Jimmy was right here, kind of like that.
So your brother was back on the other side of maybe where that tree is?
Yeah.
Yes.
And was there anybody with him at this point in time? Do you recall?
Yes, Will Berardi was with him.
And who was Will Berardi?
He's my cousin.
And when you saw your brother, did you go to your brother at that point?
Yes.
And what did you observe about where was he stabbed? Do you recall?
Above his left leg, above his knee.
Was that the first time you realized that your brother had been stabbed?
Yes.
What was his leg like when you saw that?
Bloody, like multiple wounds.
And after, did you try to help your brother out?
Yeah, I immediately ripped my shirt off and tied it around his leg to form pressure. And then my brother's friends told me to walk away, that they had him, and I wouldn't. And then my brother was looking at me, and he's saying that, go help Jimmy, I'll be fine. And then I walked away.
So when your brother said that, did you go and try to help Jimmy?
I walked over there, and there was a lot of people around him to the point I wouldn't even make room over there. But I walked over, and I saw the condition Jimmy McGrath was in, and I just turned around and walked away.
What did you notice about Jimmy's condition at that point in time?
Very pale, A lot of blood, shorts covered in red.
Did you notice if anybody else was stabbed that night?
When I walked around, I noticed that Brian Hines and Faison Teal were also stabbed.
And at some point in time, did somebody call the police?
Yes.
Who called the police?
Will Berardi called the police. I'm aware of that. I'm assuming multiple people also did. I know that Will Berardi did.
And did the police at some point arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak to the police that night?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them everything you told us here today?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'll show you State 60. We've slowed it down in areas. I want to just make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Have you seen the video of this fight?
Yes, I have.
Now, can you tell us prior to us starting it, whether or not, does this video show the entire fight of what happened on May 14th, 2022?
No, it doesn't.
And in recalling, in seeing this, do you recall at what point we see the video start? Do you recall? Well, we'll watch it here. I'll tell you when it's done. So you see this area here of kids that just went over this way to the right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the period of time where you testified prior to that there were kids pushing the defendant out to the street?
Yes.
And this individual down here, do you recall seeing this individual in the blue on the ground?
No, I don't.
Okay, so your focus is over here?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall, using State 60, where are you at this point in time?
I'm walking around towards near where people are getting pushed out.
So is this you right here in the black shorts and white shirt?
That could be.
And you're witnessing what's going on?
Yes.
Did you get involved in the fight?
No, I did not.
Do you recall if Jimmy McGrath was involved over here?
No, he wasn't.
And at some point in time, you say this defendant goes back to the
Yes.
Yes, sir!
Stop right there. Now, who's this individual coming into the frame right here on the right?
That's me.
And do you recall where Jimmy was at this point in time?
No, I do not.
Do you know who this is with the blue shirt and white pants?
Yes, that's Jimmy.
At that point in time, do you recall seeing Jimmy?
Yes.
And do you recall if he was fighting with anybody at that point in time?
No, he wasn't.
Okay, good. So, now, you see, who's that being pushed out to the street?
Tyler De Silva.
You remember seeing that on the night question?
Yes.
You remember the defendant coming back onto the property at that point?
Yes.
And is this the point in time where you testified on direct earlier that people were just standing there and there was no more?
Yes.
And at this point in time, when the defendant is coming back onto the property, what is happening? Because you can see part of the video, we don't see what's at some point goes out of view. What do you recall happening at this moment?
People looking at them too, backing up a little bit, and no one fighting, no one like saying words or anything, just looking at each other like.
Do you recall what the defendant did when he came back on the property? Did he slip and fall?
No, he went after the closest person to him, which was Jimmy, and with a purpose, and stabbed him.
Do you recall whether or not Matt Lockovich was close to Jimmy at this point in time?
Yes, he was.
Okay. But Jimmy was closer to the defendant?
Yes.
And How close would you say Jimmy was to the defendant just prior to this slide here, or this is frame 426. How close was Jimmy at this point in time?
5 to 10 feet.
At that point in time, what are you witnessing here?
I see Jimmy avoiding someone stepping back.
So frame 535, Jimmy is actually stepping back. Is that the point where you see him get stabbed by the defendant?
Around 3 seconds right after that, yes.
Now, after this happened, about you said you spoke to the police how many times?
I spoke to them twice that night.
Do you remember speaking to them on about 3 weeks later, June 8th? Did you do any type of walkthrough with?
Yeah, I did a walkthrough.
And what did you? Do you remember what you told the police with regards to where Jimmy was stabbed?
Like on his body wear?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you recall if you ever told him that he was stabbed in the gut?
I said he was stabbed in the stomach, the upper region of it.
Why would you say that he was stabbed in the stomach?
Because from my angle, that's what it looked like.
So when he's stepping back,
It looked like below his chest, like from just below his chest down, like for that's his stomach. So the upper region of that.
Okay.
So I told him he got stabbed in the stomach because when it happened, I didn't know how he was going to be.
Now, when the defendant stabs Mr. McGrath, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you observe him pull the knife out of his chest?
I observed his fist like this, and from the light of the house, the light from the car around, I was able to see something shining with his hand like this, shining out of it.
Okay. So he goes up, stabs like this, and then pulls out, and you see it.
Yes.
And then when he pulls the knife out of his chest, where do you see what do you see the defendant do next?
Run to the car.
Does he get back to the car?
Yeah.
Do you see him get in the car?
Yes.
Do you see De Silva follow him to the car? What do you see? Do you know what happened to De Silva after that?
I assume he was in the car, but I didn't see him.
You didn't see where he went? Okay. When the defendant got back to the car, by the way, which way was the car facing when it came back? Was it facing towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
And when they got back into the car at that point in time, which way did you see the car leave?
Yeah.
Where did it leave?
Towards Adams.
Okay. At that point in time, did you ever see the car after that night?
No, I didn't.
How would you describe the situation both during and after the fight at the house?
After the fight?
Yeah, during and after. Was it chaotic?
Yeah, at first it was like chaotic, and then after it was completely worse than like just people screaming, people trying to stay calm, people trying to give aid to people that were bleeding, and like, neighbors came and helped, and it was just people running around calling the cops. Ambulance showed up, the cops drove down the wrong road, and I had to run out and chase them to tell them that it was this way because I saw them miss the house, and just running around, and then actually had to calm down and stay calm and be calm in that moment and just see what was going on, see everyone, talk to them, like make sure everyone's just helping, and that was really it.
I can't remember if I asked you this question, but I'm going to ask you. When the defendant was talking to he was talking to Tywood before the fight starts. Is he arguing with Tywood?
Not that I'm aware of. It was they were talking. It was high pitched. I didn't know if they were arguing or they were just talking loud. I'm assuming they were probably arguing, but I don't know.
Were you not close enough to really hear, other than it was loud?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that night, did you see Jimmy McGrath with a knife in his hand at this point in time,
Jimmy with a knife?
or with any type of weapon?
No.
Did you see Tyler De Silva with a weapon in his hand that night?
No, I did not.
Did Did any of your friends, did you see any of your friends with any types of weapons in their hands, both before, during, and after the fight?
No, no one had weapons.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, I'm assuming you're not going to finish your cross-examination within the next 10, 15 minutes. So if you could just let me know when you find a good place to stop.
Yes, Your Honor.
Going for our lunch break. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connery.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We've never met before, correct? Sorry, I'll repeat what the state's attorney told you. You got to keep your voice up because we got to compete with this fan that's going. And then you've also got to say whatever you're going to answer, whether that's yes, no, or something else. It has to be audible so that the court reporter can record it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were telling us before about the evening of May 14th of 2022
Yes.
and what you recall, right?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today after you told us you'd met with the state's attorney 2 times?
Yes.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. And you also have viewed the video that we saw here before, Exhibit 60, correct?
Yes.
When was the first time you saw that video?
Probably a week after it happened.
A week after it happened?
Yeah.
And how did you see that video the week after?
Someone showed me.
Do you remember who?
No, I do not.
One of your friends?
Yeah.
And when they showed that video to you, did you tell the police about that?
The police already knew.
They already knew at that point? How many times do you think you've seen that video now as you sit here?
Around 10 times.
You told us that you were a 16-year-old junior at Shelton High School on May 14th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And you were a rising senior,
Yes.
and you were playing baseball.
Yes.
Did you play any other sports at Shelton High?
Not that year. That year I only played baseball, but I played football when I was a freshman.
Okay. And most of the kids that were at Tyler Rich's, they were older than you, correct?
Yes.
And they were also members of the football team?
Yes.
Many of them were either seniors or had graduated, right?
Yes.
So you were one of the younger members there, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines were also younger than most of the other folks there, right?
Yes.
And you told us that Ryan Hines was a friend and a baseball teammate of yours?
Yes.
And that Griffin Marcinzik you'd known longer, since childhood, right?
Yes.
Because Ryan Hines didn't come into the Shelton High School system until freshman year of high school?
Yes, around 8th grade.
8th grade? Okay. But you'd become close with him?
Yeah, very close.
Close enough that after this fight that he described to you at 5 Lazy Brook, he called you to come and pick him up.
Yes.
And he also told you that he had Griffin Marcinzik with him?
Yes.
And you went to pick them up, you told us, about a half an hour to 45 minutes after you'd gotten to Tyler Rich's house the first time, right?
Yes.
So would that be somewhere between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, do you think, that you went to pick them up?
Around there, yeah.
Because you told us you got to Tyler Rich's house initially between 9:30 and 10, right? And then you spent about 30 to 45 minutes there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you think it was somewhere between 10:30 and 11 that you drove to pick them up?
Yes.
How far away was that drive to Natalia Ridzik's house?
8 minutes, 9, 10, depends on red light, green light. It's not that far.
It's not that far. And you said when you picked them up, Ryan Hines didn't have anything with him?
But I don't recall if he did.
But you told us that you thought they were drinking, right?
Yeah.
Before you'd picked them up?
Yeah.
Why did you think they were drinking before you'd picked them up?
Because when I was talking to them on the phone, they said that they had their beer taken from them.
I see. And you told us that on the way to Tyler Rich's house, you talked about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And then when you got back, and you were unaware at that point of a group chat that was going on?
No, I had no idea about that.
Did you see either Mr. Hines or Mr. Marcinzik on their phones?
Yeah, they're on their phones.
Did they appear to be excited?
No.
Did they appear to be upset?
Sort of, yeah.
And they weren't, did they tell you that they were in communication with any of the kids that they thought had been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
But when you got back to the basement, you said people were at Tyler Rich's house. You said people were already talking about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook.
No, when we got there, and I walked in with Ryan and Griffin, they asked him, they came up to him and said, hey, what happened?
Just like that? Hey, what happened?
Well, we heard about it. That's why I went and picked him up. Because before, I told them that, oh, Ryan and Griffin just got in a fight. You guys, Tyler, do you guys care if I bring him here? And they're like, oh, we don't care. So when we got there, they're already aware about the fight, so they went and asked him.
Okay. And how many people came up to ask about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
About around 10 people.
And one of those was Jimmy McGrath?
No.
No, Jimmy McGrath wasn't one of the first people to ask?
But I didn't see Jimmy talk to Ryan Hines at all.
You didn't see Jimmy McGrath talk to Ryan Hines at all?
No.
Had you been at Nikki DeJesus's house earlier that evening with Jimmy McGrath?
No, I wasn't there.
But you saw him in that picture, exhibit number 57?
Yes.
And you know that to be Nikki DeJesus's basement?
Yes.
And you saw Faison Teal there in the basement, correct?
Yes.
You saw your brother there in the basement?
Yes.
Had he been there earlier when you left?
Yeah, he was there before me.
Okay. Did you both drive there together to?
No, separately.
Just separately. And so when you got to Tyler Rich's house, where did you park?
On the side of the road, kind of farther up, if you're looking at one of the maps, farther up facing towards, I don't know the coordinates, but towards up his house. If you're driving to his house, it's like up more.
Towards Farmhouse Lane?
Yes, that way.
And you were parked on Laurel Glen facing towards Farmhouse Lane, down further towards Farmhouse Lane.
I was parked facing Adams, but more towards Farmhouse Lane, like up there more.
Okay,
It's like when I got there, I turned around and parked on the right side, facing that way.
gotcha. So you drove down towards Farmhouse Lane, turned around, came back a little bit, and now you're parked facing Adams. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And there were other cars parked in the road, right?
Yeah.
And there were cars parked in the driveway, right?
Yes.
And so it was a little crowded in the street.
A little bit, yeah.
When you got back to the house, was there anybody, Tyler Rich's house, was there anybody in the front lawn?
When I got back with Griffin and Ryan to pick
Yes.
them up. Not that I recall. We went straight to the basement, didn't talk to anyone. We went right down there.
And you told us that you'd had 2 Bud Lights in the basement, right?
Yes.
And that was around 11 o'clock that you got back?
Yes.
And again, you said to the state's attorney that you had not become aware of a group chat that was going on, right?
No, I didn't know about that.
But you did become aware of a car that was parked in the front of 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And you said you heard that the car with kids who fought Ryan Hines was there, right?
Yes.
So as you went out through the basement doors, your understanding was that the kids who had gotten into the fight with your friend Ryan Hines were now parked in a car outside the house.
Yes.
And you said you walked outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else was with you when you walked outside?
At that point,
Yes.
I don't recall.
Do you remember anybody being with you?
I remember the party going outside and a lot of people staying in the front lawn and then 10 of us approaching the car. I remember Tyler was the one approaching the car. Other people too, but I couldn't say who else was with me because I went on the other side of the car on my own.
Okay.
Everyone was on the driver's side. I went to the passenger side.
Okay. So you recall the party emptied out of the basement and went into the front lawn.
Mm-hmm.
Some folks you claim stayed on the front lawn,
Yes, most of them stay in the front lawn.
most of them. And 8 to 10 people, including yourself, walked across the street to where the car was parked.
Yes.
And you told us that you went to talk to the passenger, correct?
Yes.
And that passenger you identified for us, that was the front passenger,
Yes.
and that was Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yes.
And you knew Tyler DeSilva, correct?
Yes.
From having grown up and known his cousins?
I was friends with his cousins, and I knew that was one of their cousins, and just so happened a weekend before that, I was a person showing, and those kids were there, that friend group, and I met them there.
Okay. And you said that you had a pretty peaceful discussion with Tyler De Silva. I like you. You're a good kid. I know your cousins, right?
Hmm?
Did he threaten you in any way?
No,
Was his window down or up?
it was down.
All the way?
Yeah,
And the rear passenger window, was that down?
I don't think so. No,
Did you talk to anybody in the rear passenger side?
no, I didn't.
Could you see anybody inside the vehicle?
Yeah,
Could you identify who was sitting in the rear passenger side?
no, I couldn't.
Could you identify anybody that was sitting in the back seat?
I noticed the defendant was behind the driver's side, and I couldn't. I noticed two kids in the middle and next to him behind the passenger, but I didn't know who they were, so I didn't know who I don't have names to their face.
Okay. Could you tell if there was anybody in the trunk area?
No, I couldn't.
And you told us that among this group of 8 to 10 people was Ricky Fiola?
Going towards the car.
Yes.
No, I didn't see Ricky with me. I saw Tyler Rich go up. Maybe Ryan Hines. I don't recall everyone that went there, but I don't remember seeing Ricky over there.
Do you remember seeing Sal Perry there?
At the car? No, yeah, again, no.
Do you remember seeing Michael Samperi at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Alex Bernston at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Jacob Villalobos at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Matthew Lakovich at the car?
No, it could have been them, but I just don't recall who was who stayed on the lawn, who didn't.
Do you recall seeing Tanner Chernowski at the car?
I don't recall.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah, I know Tanner.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
He's my brother's age. He grew up with my brother, played sports with them, and I always knew him just as one of my older brother's friends, and then we became friends eventually.
Okay. And you said you didn't notice Mr. Valle doing or saying anything while you were there at the car?
No, I didn't.
And you said that your conversation with Tyler De Silva lasted about 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
That interaction never became anything other than peaceful, correct?
With me and Tyler Silva?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you said at that point you turned and walked into the driveway by the lawn,
Yes.
and you weren't paying attention to the car at that point. You were just talking to friends, you said.
Yes.
How far away from the car were you at that point when you were just talking to friends?
Across the street, so wherever the street distance is, around there.
Was this a larger than normal street, or was this your typical street?
Typical back road street.
And at this point, you said there are 20 of you in the lawn driveway area and still 10 by the car, right?
Yes.
And then you saw the car leave.
Yes.
And you never saw anybody put their hands on the car?
No, I never saw that.
You never saw anybody kick the car?
No.
You never saw anybody throw anything at the car?
I did say I saw people do that.
While the car was still sitting there, or
No,
when it
no.
was driving up?
I'm back and forth. I saw people toss with the
I
car.
want to focus on before the car leaves to drive away, okay?
Yes, sir.
You never saw anybody throwing anything at the car at that point?
No.
You never saw anybody throw anything out of the car at that point?
No.
You never saw anybody climb on top of the car at that point?
No.
You never saw the car rocking at that point?
No.
You never heard anything shatter as far as the car goes?
No.
You never saw anybody on the rear of the vehicle bouncing up and down?
No.
But then at some point you saw the car leave, you told us.
Yes.
And you don't recall any altercation that preceded that, it just sped off down the road.
Yes.
And then you told us it came back and forth a few times, right? 3 to 4 times?
Yes.
Again, you stayed in the grassy area at that point, right?
Yes.
And then the car stopped at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think this might be a good time to take a break.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to go ahead and move into our lunch recess, so we will break until 2 o'clock, at which time we'll pick the cross-examination back up here in the courtroom and do your lunch. And please remember, rules will
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Maybe see.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Let's have the witness retake the stand. Mr. Conway, I want to remind you, you do remain under the obligations of a conducive. You're all set. You give him the door. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of our jury before we begin.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, Attorney Smith, if you'd like to come up.
Oh, good afternoon again, Mr. Connery.
Good afternoon.
You and I were talking about the car having stopped at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane when we left. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
So I want to take us back there, okay? You told us that you observed 2 individuals get out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Only 2 individuals get out of the car?
I'm mistaken. 3 got out of the car.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 got out of the car?
Yes, Mackenzie Traffic County also got out the car.
And you said that you and a few of your friends walked down the street to talk to them, correct?
Yes.
And that was Ty Wood, correct?
Yes.
Matthew Lockovich?
Yes.
My fault there. Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
Ryan Hines?
No.
Faison Teal?
No.
And you said that Tyler Rich and Ricky Fiola were ahead of you, correct?
Yes.
And that you were walking with Ty Woods, right?
Yes.
And you walked all the way down to where the car was parked at the end of, or at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, it was a little bit before it. A little before. Where the group was a little before the intersection.
Okay. But you walked down to where the car had come to a stop.
When I got down there, the car must have drove away or something because it was only them 3 around there.
Okay. So when you got down there, you couldn't see the car?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So at that point, it was the group of you that had walked down there and just Mackenzie Traficante, Raul Valle, and Tyler Da Silva?
Yes.
Okay. Were they all on the same side of the street?
No.
Where was Mackenzie Traficante?
She was kind of sitting on the curb next to Raul Valle on the side of the street, and then Tyler Silva was on the other side.
On the same side of the street as Tyler Rich's house, or on the opposite side of the street?
Same side.
So Mackenzie Traficante and Raul Valle were on the opposite side of the
Yeah.
street? Okay. How far away were you from Mr. Da Silva?
Almost, like, not face to face, but like good talking distance. Like,
And how far away were you from Mackenzie and Raul?
almost the whole street across. Like, not, like about 8 feet, 10 feet.
And at this point, you could not see Jack Snyder's vehicle?
No, I don't remember seeing the vehicle.
And you told us that you witnessed Mr. Fiola talking to Mr. Valle.
Yes.
And he was still standing beside Ms. Traficante at that point?
Yes.
And you said you did not see Tyler Rich interact with Mr. Valle at all, correct?
No, I didn't see it.
You didn't see Mr. Rich spray anything in Mr. Valle's direction?
No, I didn't see that.
And you didn't see anybody except for Mr. Fiola by Mr. Valle?
Yes.
So your recollection is that it was just Mr. Fiola, Mr. Valle, and Ms. Trafficante on one side of the street,
Yes.
and therefore yourself, Ty Wood, Tyler Rich, the three of you, and Matthew Lockovich, I'm sorry, the four of you, were all on the opposite side of the street with Mr. De Silva?
Not as so the completely opposite side of the road, but like more towards that side, like not really close to where Ricky Fiola was.
And you said that the three of you were talking with Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see anyone engage in any fighting.
No.
You didn't see anyone chasing Mr. Snyder's vehicle.
No.
You didn't see anyone throwing anything at Mr. Snyder's vehicle.
No.
You didn't hear anyone uttering any threats towards Mr. Snyder or the group.
No, I didn't hear that.
And you think that it was just yourself, Ty Wood, Michael Lockovich, Tyler Rich, and Ricky Fiola, correct?
Yes.
Just those five. You said you spent 10 seconds with Mr. De Silva, correct?
Hmm?
Then you turned and you walked back, right?
Yes.
You walked back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes.
Did you pass Mr. Rich along the way?
Yes.
Where did you pass Mr. Rich along the way?
Somewhere walking back with him, farther down the road.
Who else was walking back with him?
Ty Wood, Ricky Fiola, Matt Lockovich.
Did they pass you at some point?
They caught up to us and then walked with us.
Okay. You initially were walking back with Ty Wood and Mr. Lockovich, correct?
Yes.
And then you described all making it back into the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody still outside in the yard when you went into the basement?
Yes.
Who was outside in the yard when you went into the basement?
I'm not sure of, but people were out there, yeah.
How many people were outside when you went into the basement?
Probably 10.
So then there were 20 people that were down in the basement when you went in there?
Yeah, around like 17, 18 people.
You made it all the way into the basement?
Yeah.
Down to the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah.
Where you ran into Taylor Capella talking with Jimmy McGrath?
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
You didn't see them at the bottom of the stairs talking?
I could have, but I walked right by and I went into the basement. I didn't stop at the stairs. I went into the basement and was just talking with friends.
Did you see Jimmy McGrath?
Could have. I could have seen him down there. I just don't remember.
You don't remember seeing Jimmy McGrath downstairs, do you?
I don't know. It was a long time ago, so if I walked downstairs and I saw people, I just didn't know who was where. I wasn't paying attention to where everyone was. Just people were down there.
You didn't see Taylor Capella downstairs, did you?
It could have been down there, but I don't remember seeing her.
You didn't see Matthew Lockovich downstairs, did you?
You also could have been down there, but when I walked downstairs and I was talking to people, I don't remember who was where, who was doing what, who was outside.
Well, you remember talking to someone downstairs?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't remember talking to someone downstairs?
No. I might have, but I don't remember. If I talked to someone, I remember who I talked to.
Do you remember talking to someone downstairs?
Could have, but to be honest, no.
Did you not make it downstairs?
I did.
You did. You're certain of that?
Yeah.
And then you told us that you heard they were back.
Yes.
You understood that to mean that the vehicle driven by Jack Snyder was back out front, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, you told us that you were by the basement doors slowly creeping up?
Yeah.
What do you mean by slowly creeping up?
Like walking, like I wasn't running out to like where everyone was. I was taking my time there because I didn't think anything was going to happen.
You didn't think anything was going to happen?
No, because we told them to leave multiple times. I thought it was another time we were trying to tell them to leave and they would leave.
And as you were slowly creeping up the stairs, how many people went past you?
Creeping up the stairs?
Yes?
I was already out. I got out of the stairs pretty quick, but when I got outside and I saw people face to face, then I started slowly creeping up.
I see. So you went quickly up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
How many people passed you on the stairs?
No one really passed me. We were all going the same way.
How many people were with you going the same way on the stairs?
Probably about 5 or 6 people.
Just 5 or 6 people?
Yeah.
The others remained in the basement?
Yeah, but eventually they probably followed me.
Well, sir, I don't want you to tell us what probably happened. I want you to tell us what you observed.
Well, I couldn't see behind me, but everyone came outside eventually, so they must have came from behind me.
So eventually everyone was outside.
Yeah.
So there were 30 of you at that point outside.
Yeah, but scattered out, not all together.
And you described to us that you were slowly creeping up and that there were people lined up talking by the bush and the truck, correct? You remember describing that for us?
Yes.
And how many people were there by the bush and the truck?
Around 6 people.
Just 6 people?
Yeah, I remember seeing 4 people that I was friends with, and then Tyler Silva and Raul Valle.
Okay. And the 4 people that you recall seeing were Ty Wood,
Yes.
Tyler Rich,
Yes.
Ryan Hines,
Yes.
and who was the 4th person?
I saw Faison over there a little bit, but he was kind of just in front of me, creeping up too. Like, so the 4th person, I'm not too sure who I saw.
And you told us that they were just face-to-face talking with Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
Yes.
So you did not see the car arrive, correct?
No.
You did not see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva approach this group, correct?
Yeah.
But by the time you got outside, you claimed that they were already up by the black truck and the red bush.
Yes.
And it was just Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva that were talking with these other 5, maybe 6 people now you've told us.
Raul and De Silva were talking to 4 people. Not 5 and 6 total, including Raul and Tyler.
Okay. So 5 or 6, including Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva.
Yes.
So only 4 people out there and then the 2 of them.
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle was to your right?
To my left.
Before you described it as being Mr. Valle was on the right. Was that as we were looking at the exhibit?
Yes. From my point of view, because it's flipped, it was Mr. Valle on the left and Mr. Silva on the right.
Okay, and they were side by side.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in their hands, correct?
No.
But you could see their hands.
No, I couldn't. People were blocking me. There's 4 of them. There's 2. So them 4 are blocking my point of view of them.
The 4 of the
Where their
people
hands
talking were blocking your view.
From where their hands are. I can see their faces. I can't see what their bodies do.
You could see over top of the heads of the people that were in front of you to see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva's head?
Objection mischaracterizes the response room.
When I saw them 2, I was able to see who it was, their faces, but I couldn't see where their hands were. If their hands were down there, for people's bodies, I couldn't see their hands. That's what I'm saying.
Sir, were these 4 people that were talking to them in front of you?
Yeah.
And yet you could see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, but not their hands.
Yeah.
And you also told us that you were not close enough to hear what was being said, right?
No.
But you've described this group of 6 people as being right there by the black truck and the red bush.
Yes.
And how far back from them were you?
First 20 feet, but then slowly creeping up.
20 feet away, 4 people in front of you, but you can see the 2 people that are in front of them.
Yes, and then eventually became 15 feet, and then 10 feet, and then the fight broke out.
In any event, you told us that it seemed less peaceful than when they were talking before.
Yes.
And you said at this point you were back by the AC unit,
A little bit in front of it.
but that there were garage lights that shined right at them.
Yeah.
You said this conversation that was going on lasted 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And at that point, you told us that Mr. Valle was talking with Ryan Hines and Ty Wood,
Yes.
but you couldn't hear what they were saying.
No.
And that Mr. Rich was talking with Tyler De Silva,
Yes.
but you couldn't hear what they were saying.
No.
And And then you told us that you saw Mr. Valle make a movement.
Yes, I did.
At this point, had you moved so that you could see around these 4 people that were talking to them?
No, but I was able to see his body jolting because I was creeping up and getting closer and closer.
I see. You could see his body jolting,
Yeah, like a sudden movement.
a sudden movement. Did he hit someone?
No, he did not.
Was he saying anything?
I'm not aware of.
He was still behind and to the side of Mr. De Silva?
He wasn't behind him. They were next to each other. But
They were standing side by side.
yes.
They were standing side by side, but facing 2 different groups?
No, the groups were together in the beginning.
And then you did see Mr. Rich punch Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you first talked with officers on the 15th, that's not what you told them, right?
Yeah, I didn't tell him that.
No. You told them on the 15th, that same day, that either Mr. De Silva or Mr. Valle pushed the Shelton High kids and the fight started, right?
I was wrong.
That was wrong.
What I said was wrong.
Why, at that time, shortly after the incident, did you tell him something that was wrong, but today you're telling us something different?
Because when he jolted, I thought he made contact with someone from Shelton, but he ended up not, and Tyler Rich stepped in and punched him. And I didn't know that at the time when I was talking to the cops.
And do you remember telling officers that same evening that Mr. Valle was getting beat up
Yeah, I said that.
and that everyone was on top of each other?
Yeah.
So after Mr. Valle was punched by Mr. Rich, you couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore, correct?
No, I saw groups separating, and people went towards Valle and people went towards De Silva.
Right. And you saw that there were a number of people on top of Mr. Valle, right?
Around 2 to 3 people, because 2 people were on top of him and 1 person was to the side engaging in the fight, not on top of him, standing over him.
Had the people in the basement come out of the basement at this point?
Yeah,
Where were they all?
around, bystanding, just watching.
Just by standing and watching? Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No, I did not.
Did you see any phones out?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody with lights in their hands?
No, I did not.
And you ran over to where you told us that Ryan Hines and Faison Teal were fighting to the left, right?
Yes.
That was where Mr. Valle was, correct?
Yes.
So that was one of the fights that was going on. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The second or other fight that was going on to your right at that time.
Yes.
And that involved Mr. De Silva.
Yes.
How many people were fighting with Mr. De Silva?
From my point of view, I ran over to the fight where Raul Valle was because my brother went over there, so I wasn't paying attention towards the Silva fight, but I saw people on the side view kind of running over there and then assuming that people did.
Did you see Mr. McGrath at this point?
No, I did not.
Did you see Mr. Lockovich at this point?
No, I did not.
And you say you ran over there, you got there, and you just stood and watched, correct?
Yes.
At that point, your brother Tommy, Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal were on top of or next to Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
Then you told us everyone got off and Mr. Valle walked away, right?
Yes.
But you watched the video with us, and you would agree that he didn't just get up and walk away, that people were over there involved in some sort of altercation and pushing or shoving him, as you described when watching it, right?
Yes, at first he was able to get up on his own, and people weren't approaching him, but when he kept walking towards, more people came in and just pushed him out of the way to just get him away and get him into the road and get him off the property.
Were you one of those people?
No, I wasn't.
Was Jimmy McGrath one of those people?
No, I wasn't.
You said Mr. McGrath was not involved in the fight at all.
He wasn't involved at all.
Okay. Because where was he?
One of the people bystanding.
Just bystanding over. Can you point to us where he was?
Well, at that point, I'm just saying he could have been bystanding. At that point, I didn't know where he was.
You didn't know where he was?
Yeah, I didn't see him over there where people were pushing Raul out.
Okay. Did you see where Matthew Lockovich was?
No, I didn't.
Did you see where Tyler Rich was?
No, I did not.
Did you see where Ryan Hines and Faison Teal went?
No, I did not.
Did you see where your brother Tommy went?
No, I did not.
What were you watching?
Raul Valle.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
And he was by himself?
People went after they pushed him. He was by himself and he walked towards the car, and I was keeping my distance from him, watching him.
And where did the people that had just pushed him into the road go?
Back around to past to where Tyler Silva was. They went back. Just let him be.
You saw that while you were watching Mr. Valle go to the car?
No, but that's what I found out later. At that time, I didn't know where they went. I just watched Mr. Valle and just kept watching him.
So is it fair to say, sir, that you don't know where those people who had just shoved him out into the road went?
Yeah.
And you don't know who those people were?
No.
So you don't know if Mr. McGrath was involved or not?
I didn't see him over there.
You just told us you weren't looking at what happened with that group.
But when they were pushing him out, I was looking over there and I didn't see who was pushing who. I just saw a group of people push him out of the way. I don't know who was who.
Who was in that group of people that was pushing him out?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know. Showing people, definitely.
Kids that you'd grown up with and known most of your life, if not all your life?
Some of them maybe. Not all of them I've known my whole life.
One of them, your cousin, Will Berardi.
No, not one of them wasn't him.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't say one of them was him.
Okay. One of them, your brother, Tommy Connery.
No.
But you are certain, and you're testifying here today, that Mr. McGrath was not involved in any way.
I didn't see him over there.
And you were telling us that you were watching Mr. Valle as he went back to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the vehicle moving?
No.
And you saw him open the door, the interior light go on, close the door, and then you said he goes back into the yard, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see him with a knife?
No, not that moment.
You said he went right after the closest person to him, right?
Yeah.
And that was Mr. McGrath.
Yes.
Who else was standing with Mr. McGrath?
Closest person that would be towards Mr. McGrath was Mr. Lockovich.
Who else?
I don't know.
Was it just the two of them?
That's the only two I saw.
It's the only two you saw? Was there anybody that you saw on the other side of Mr. Valle?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
No, I didn't see him.
Did you see Matthew Samperi?
Sorry, Michael?
Michael Samperi. I'm sorry.
No.
Did you see Sal Perry?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines?
No, I didn't see them.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I didn't see him.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Lockovich that evening when Mr. Valle came back onto the lawn, or is that based on what you've seen in the video now?
No, I remember seeing him.
You remember seeing Mr. Lockovich that night?
Yeah.
Beside Mr. McGrath?
Yeah, near him.
Near him?
The closest one to him.
Close enough to touch him and put his hand on his back?
Mr. Lockovich touched Jimmy?
Yes.
I'm not aware of.
And what did you see Mr. Lockovich do?
He walked away from Raul and Jimmy and went the other way.
Went the other way?
Yeah, he went towards when Raul came back, he just kind of walked away and wasn't paying attention to where Raul was. Jimmy. He was just there. He was near. When he was walking by, he was just there.
Did you ever see your brother Tommy Connery fighting with Mr. Valle?
Yes.
When your brother Tommy was fighting with Mr. Valle, where were you?
Next to them, like behind them.
Behind them?
Yeah.
Who else was near you at that time?
Faison and Hines.
That's it?
Yeah.
Where was Ty Wood?
I don't know.
Mr. Connery, isn't it true that you were with a group of people that had shoved Mr. Valle into the street and that were then walking back and forth between a vehicle that we saw in front of the vehicle that he went to?
Yeah, the people who shoved him into the street, I was there, but I wasn't one of the people that shoved him into the street. I was keeping my distance, following him,
Okay.
walking around, and then saw him go to the car.
Can we see exhibit number 60? Do we still have that over there? I'm going to ask you to watch. You've got the same thing on your screen as we have on the big screen, okay? And I'm going to ask the state to pause it at certain points. Stop this. Do you see the camera has now turned towards the street?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is with the dark pants, the light shoes, and the white top?
Yes.
Who's that?
Alex Zaborak.
Sorry?
Alex Zaborak.
Alex Dvorak?
Zaborak.
Zaborak. Thank you. And who is he to you?
Oh, he's my brother's friend.
That's your brother's friend?
Yeah.
Same grade?
That's my brother, yes.
Okay. So he's one of the older kids that was here at the party?
Yes.
And would you play again? Okay, pause, please. We just saw Mr. Zaborak go in front of the screen, right?
Correct.
Do you remember him being there at that time?
No.
And so you don't know what he was doing at that point?
No, I didn't know where he was.
Would you play again, please? Okay, do you see yourself coming onto the screen at frame 341?
Yes.
And you would agree you're being followed by someone?
Yeah, someone's behind me.
Who is that?
Joey Romano.
Joey
Romano.
Romano?
Yeah.
And who's Joey Romano to you?
Another one of my brother's friends.
Okay. Again, one of the older kids?
Mhm.
And where was he coming from?
They're the same place that I was coming from.
Do you remember seeing him there that evening?
I bet the whole night. Was it the?
This time period.
Oh no.
So you weren't with him.
Oh yeah, I wasn't walking with him. He was just behind me.
And can we play again, please? And can we pause it? And do you see a third person who's just come on shirtless with a pair of what appear to be blue camouflage shorts?
Yes.
And do you know that person?
Yes, Matthew Lockovich.
That's Matthew Lockovich. And where was he coming from?
Looks like the same area that we were all coming from.
Same area that you were all coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Together.
It could be.
And do you see in between Mr. Romano and Mr. Lockovich another figure with a light top on back there?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
This figure here in the middle, sir? That's Jimmy?
Oh, I thought you were looking up to the right. The person in the middle?
Yes.
I can't identify as that. It's not clear enough.
You mentioned, though, Jimmy, right?
Yeah, you see him on the right.
And he's to the right of the frame here?
Yes.
But you don't remember seeing Jimmy over there in that area?
No, I do not.
But that's Jimmy there now.
Yes.
Walking back behind you, Mr. Romano, and Mr. Lockovich.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
And you're all coming, you would agree, from that area where we just saw Mr. Valle get shoved out into the street?
Could be all come from there, but I don't remember seeing Jimmy with any engagement over there.
Can we play it again? And pause, please. Can we go back just a hair? Sorry, maybe like 2 seconds or so. There we go. Okay. And do you see in front of Mr. Lockovich another individual with a pair of lighter shorts with maybe some dark black biker shorts popping out and a white shirt?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
Jacob Villalobos.
That's Jacob Villalobos. And he's shoving Mr. De Silva into the street?
Yes.
And he's now over in that same area where all of you have just come from?
Yeah.
And you still see a couple of other figures behind him, but you can't identify them. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I can't identify them.
And can we play again, please? Nope. Sorry, can you stop? And can we go back 2 seconds? I apologize. A little bit more, and right there. Do you see, sir, a figure just in front of what you've identified as Jimmy McGrath?
Yes.
With like light shorts, light shoes, and a shirt with some sort of graphic on the front?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
No, I do not.
That's not your brother, Tommy?
No.
You just have no idea who that person is?
Yeah, no.
Was it? Where were you looking at this time?
Where Raul was?
I'm sorry?
Where Raul was?
Where Mr. Valle was?
Yes.
Okay. And you say he's just stepped onto the grass,
Yes.
and you claim all those people just dropped back that had just been there,
Yes, because I was screaming.
and they just all immediately went back.
They didn't run back, but they were cautious and started stepping back.
Even the folks that were on the other side?
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
But your focus was on Mr. Valle, but you could see what all these other people
I
were
could
doing.
see out of my view that people were going away, and now I could only see Mr. Valle.
Where was Mr. Lockovich at that point?
Kind of next towards Jimmy.
And where was Mr. Zaborak at that point?
I'm not aware of.
Where was Mr. Romano at that point?
Not aware of.
Where was Mr. Villalobos at that point?
I'm not aware of that.
But you're certain that you saw all these people back up.
Yeah.
Sir, didn't you see these people start to form the same wall they had formed before?
What do you mean by a wall?
Well, you've described before that 4 people were forming a wall and blocking your view at various points.
Yes.
These people didn't just disappear, did they?
No, but they walked backwards, and they walked back, and I was able to see where Mr. Valle was.
So they all just stepped back and gave you a prime view of Mr. Valle and Mr. McGrath.
Yes.
And Mr. Lockovich, where was he at that point?
Stepping back as one of them, but just closer.
Would you press play, please? And can you pause it, please? Did you just see a hand on Mr. McGrath's back there, down near his waist?
His right hand.
Can we go back maybe 2 seconds? Or, I'm sorry. Let's do it. Can we go just a little bit more? A little bit more? Okay. Do you see what appears to be a hand down on his side there?
Yes.
Mr. Lockovich is gone at this point?
He could be over there, but I didn't see him. I was just looking at Jimmy. And I was looking at Raul, and Jimmy was in my sight.
Okay. You're looking at Mr. Valle at that point?
Yes.
There's nobody blocking your view.
No, I was able to see him.
So you don't know whose hand that was.
No, I do not.
And where was Mr. Lockovich?
Backing up.
And where was Mr. Zaborak?
Also backing up. I don't know where he
And
was.
where was Mr. Romano?
I don't know where he was.
And where was Mr. Villalobos?
I don't know where he was.
And what about that person you couldn't identify before who had on the light shorts and the dark top with the white graphic across the front?
I don't know.
And what about Faison?
Don't know where he is.
Did you see Mr. Valle slip at all as he came onto the grass?
No, I did not.
You saw him just go straight at Mr. McGrath.
Yes.
Do you remember it being misty or rainy that evening?
No, I do not.
Did you see Mr. Lakovich take a swing at Mr. Valle?
No, I did not.
But you don't know where Mr. Lakovich was or what he was doing at that point?
Yeah, so if I was looking at Mr. Valle, I didn't see anyone go after him. At that point, no one was going after him.
And then you told us that you saw Mr. Valle run to the car, correct?
Yeah,
And nobody followed him.
no one.
Did you see Mr. De Silva at that point?
No, I did not.
You see him here in the road,
Yes.
and you say you could see Mr. McGrath,
Yes.
but you don't recall seeing Mr. De Silva there in the road?
No, I wasn't looking there.
And you don't recall seeing Mr. De Silva at any point thereafter?
No, wasn't looking over there.
You agree, and you told us that it was chaotic during the fight.
Yes.
And you told us that there are things that you told the cops that evening that were wrong about what you had seen, correct?
Yes.
And today you've come in and you've tried to tell us to the best of your ability what you recall.
Yes.
And you think you've seen this video how many times?
On 10.
Around 10 times. And your testimony is that Mr. McGrath was just a bystander watching this go on.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Connery. Nothing further.
Charlie, counsel asked you a little bit about where you were standing when you first came out of the house. You were back by the top of the Bilko doors, and you were making your way towards the area where the red tree is in States 52.
Yes.
And that's where you saw the defendant and Mr. De Silva arguing back and forth with Tyler Rich, Ty Wood, Ryan Hines, Faison?
Yes.
Okay. And did you just stand there the whole time, or were you actually like kind of walking up like this?
I was walking up slowly.
And when you were walking up, were you able to see their faces? Because when people stand side by side, you can see in between people's heads.
Yes.
And is that how you, in fact, saw the defendant and De Silva talking to Tyler Rich and the rest of your friends?
Yes.
And you testified on cross that you couldn't see their hands because were their hands above their head?
No, they weren't.
Were they by their side?
No.
So if somebody had a weapon or something at that point, you wouldn't be able to see it, right?
No.
But in fact, you didn't see the defendant with a weapon at that point, right?
No, I did not.
And at some point, did you get closer to where they were talking?
Not that close, but I was getting closer.
Now, how close would you say you got before you saw the punch and the fight started?
A little far from me to you. Around.
Like here? So about, say, 10 feet?
Yeah.
Fight happen, the punch happens, and then what do? Do you get a little closer to see what's going on?
I saw my brother go over there, and then I followed him,
Okay.
and then I just watched.
You just watched. And then at some point, the interaction between Hines, your brother, and Faison stops,
Yes.
and he gets up, the defendant gets up,
Yes.
and what does he do?
He walks towards the road, and kids come out and they push him to the road.
So you go over there to see what's going on?
Yes.
At some point in time, defendant, where does he go after he's pushed out into the road?
It's the car.
And you walk away.
With my eye on him, I walked away toward.
So as you're walking away, you kind of turn and look, and you're keeping your eye on him.
Yes.
Over your left shoulder.
Yes.
And at some point in time, what do you see?
Go back.
And when he's coming back, you yell.
He has a knife. He has a knife.
And at that point, where's Jimmy in relation to where you are?
And like in front of me.
So he's like, I'm standing over here. And the lectern's there. Is Jimmy like from me to the lectern?
Yeah.
Okay. And counsel asked if you saw Matt Lockovich in the area. Do you remember seeing him in the area, or?
I remember seeing him near there, but as I started screaming that, he starts backing up. But he was the closest person I saw that I could identify to Jimmy.
And he indicates that there's this wall of people. Are people starting to surround the defendant when he comes back in?
No.
What are people doing when the defendant comes back in with a knife?
Taking a step back.
So they're backing up.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point when they're backing up, what does the defendant do when they're backing up?
Goes after the closest person to him, which is Jimmy.
Did you see anybody go after the defendant right before Jimmy was stabbed?
No.
No further questions.
You told us that after the initial fight between Mr. Hines, your brother, Mr. Teal, Mr. Valle, those are the only three that you can remember being there with Mr. Valle, that at some point he goes to escape.
Yes. He got people let him go.
People let him go.
Let him go. He gets up and he walks away. And then a couple people came over and they didn't try to shove him getting back down on the ground. They went over and just pushed him out away into the road to get him off the property and out of here.
Well, you just told us he was already heading out to the road.
Yes, he was.
And so people just came over to gently take him by the elbow and walk him out to the street?
No, they pushed him, but when they pushed him, they weren't pushing him for him to fall on the ground. They pushed him to get him out of there, like for him to leave.
Fair to say, sir, you don't know what was in those people's minds when they were pushing him?
Yeah, no, I don't.
But you're describing it as being something less than aggressive?
Yes.
Guiding him out to the street?
Yes, to get him out of the fight, to get him out.
And you've been asked a number of questions about your perception of what was going on in that video, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing Tanner Chanowski film that video?
No, I did not.
You didn't see Tanner Chanowski at all?
No.
Objection. This is outside the scope.
I'll sustain that.
As you saw yourself walking back there on that video, you don't recall anybody being right in front of you with that camera?
No, because I wasn't looking over there. I don't remember Tanner taking a video.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor. State does not have any further witnesses. State rests.
Attorney Smith?
Your Honor, may the jury be excused for legal argument?
Certainly. All right, at this point in time, I am going to excuse the jury just briefly. I'm just going to bring you guys back to the jury deliberations room for something on the record and try to reflect the case. The jury has been excused. Attorney Smith, I'll hear from you on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, the defense would make a motion for judgment of acquittal under Practice Book 42-40 and 42-41. It is the state's burden to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt as to every element of the crimes charged. I'll focus my arguments on the crime of murder that has been charged against my client, but I would direct it to all of the charges generally. These are all specific intent crimes that have been charged by the state, meaning that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client had the specific intent to kill James McGrath. And I would argue that the evidence that's been put forward so far is insufficient to show that specific intent on the part of Mr. Valle. And I would also argue that to some extent the state's charges here bolster that argument, because this fight takes place in a video that we have seen that encompasses all of 18 seconds. And during that time period, my client had the same intent with regard to all of these people that were attacking it. And if it's only assault as to some of those, as far as the intent that was used, then I would argue that, number one, that's the same intent that he had as regards all of these people that were injured that evening. The evidence as far as the specific intent is muddled at best, but certainly does not rise to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We have heard from witnesses, many of whom were inconsistent within their own testimony, but certainly inconsistent in the aggregate as we look at what they claim to be able to see. Most striking, I believe, is the inconsistency between what they can recall and versus what they are unable to recall. And I understand that that is an argument that goes perhaps towards the weight of that evidence, but I think that it goes so strongly towards the weight of that evidence that it simply cannot be deemed as rising to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that my client had the specific intent necessary to prove the murder charges, nor to prove any of the assault charges that have also been levied against him. And for those reasons, I would move this court to grant a judgment of acquittal pursuant to the practice book sections I've already cited.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. Does the state wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would oppose the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. We believe that the jury, and the evidence could allow a reasonable jury to find that the defendant brought a knife to a home that he had no right to be at, that he started a fight, and during that fight, he had the specific intent to injure the first three individuals that he stabbed, stabbing Ryan Hines 3 times in the chest, side, and lower area, stabbing Faison Teal once in his upper elbow, and stabbing Tommy Connery 4 times in his legs by going after him with the intent to injure him. He then runs back, gets back to the car, and then comes back into the fight. We've heard evidence that people were leaving him alone, no one was going after him. He turns around and specifically goes after Jimmy McGrath and stabs him in the chest. I think that a reasonable jury can infer what his intent was based on the manner in which these wounds are inflicted. They weren't slash marks, these were purposeful stabbings. They can infer his intent based on the number of injuries that were sustained by the 4 individuals who were harmed here. There were 9 stab wounds. They can infer from his conduct by returning to the area with a knife that his intent was to not only, 1, cause serious physical injury to those individuals, but by coming back and stabbing Mr. McGrath where he stabbed Mr. McGrath in the chest, that his intent was to kill Mr. McGrath. So I would oppose the defense's motion at this time. We believe that viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state at this point, that we've sustained the right for the evidence to go to the jury and for the jury to decide this case.
At this point in time, the court is going to take the motion and the opposition to the motion under consideration. I think it's a good time to go into our 15-minute recess, and I'll come back on the record with a decision after we finish up the recess. So court is going to stand in recess. We'll be back on the record at 3:15. Thank you.
Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. You may be seated. All right, so the court's prepared to render its decision on the record on the motion for judgment of acquittal in this case. The motion was sought as to all 4 counts with emphasis on murder. So I'm going to start by saying that in ruling on a motion for judgment of acquittal, the trial judge must determine whether a reasonable, rational trier of fact could find the crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. A determination of whether the evidence could reasonably support a finding of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt does not require a court to ask itself whether it believes that the evidence at trial established guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the relevant question is whether, after viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. I anticipated the defendant's motion, as it is commonly made at the close of the prosecution's case in chief, wherefore I did review and had the opportunity to look at the following: pattern jury instructions, the notes that I've taken. I've reviewed the statutes that apply in this case, and after careful consideration of the evidence presented at trial and the logical and reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the facts presented and that evidence, I find that the jury reasonably could conclude that all elements of the crimes charged in the information, which include murder at count 1, assault in the first degree at count 2, assault in the first degree at count 3, and assault in the second degree at count 4, have been proved. Therefore, that's moving us now to the defendant's presentation of the evidence. So this time, Attorney Smith, before bringing the jury back in, I'd like to inquire what is Mr. Valle's decision with regards to testifying in this matter.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I've spoken with Mr. Valle, and it is his intention to testify here, Your Honor, and I would ask that he be canvassed as to that decision.
All right, so in accordance with current case law, the Morel Vargas matter set forth in the Supreme Court, I am going to go ahead and canvass Mr. Valle regarding his decision, as it is a constitutional decision. Constitutional rights apply here. So at this point in time, I'm going to actually start with counsel. Attorney Smith, have you informed the defendant that he has the right to testify as well as the right not to testify, and should he not testify, the fact finder may not draw any adverse inferences from his choice to not testify?
I have, Your Honor.
Did you also explain to the defendant his right to testify as well as to not testify belongs to him alone, and that no one else can make that decision for him, including counsel?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Did you also discuss the advantages and disadvantages of testifying in this particular trial?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Mr. Valle, I would ask you to please stand. I am going to ask you some questions. Thank you. So, Mr. Valle, the court's going to make an inquiry regarding your decision to testify in this case. The inquiry is not meant to have any effect on your decision, but rather to document your decision on the record. Do you understand that? Yes, okay. So after consulting with Attorney Smith, is it your decision to testify on your own behalf?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a constitutional right to either testify on your own behalf or to not testify on your own behalf?
Yes.
Do you also understand that you're not obligated to testify?
Yes.
Do you further understand that if you were to choose not to testify, the fact finder would be instructed not to draw any adverse inferences from your choice to not testify?
Yeah.
Do you also understand that your right to testify or to not testify belongs to you alone, and no one, including your counsel, can prevent you from testifying or force you to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you feel that you've had enough time and opportunity to discuss your decision with counsel, including strategy concerning the right to testify or to not testify in your case?
Yes.
And you also feel that you've had enough time to consider the advantages and disadvantages of testifying? Have you understood the information that counsel has provided to you relative to your decision? Is it your personal decision to testify in this case, thereby waiving your right to not testify?
Yes.
You're making this decision voluntarily, Mr. Valle. No one's forcing you or threatening you concerning the decision that you've made here today?
Yes.
Okay. Have you understood all of my questions?
Yes.
Do you need any more time with counsel before moving forward? Okay. The court's going to find that the defendant has chosen to testify and has effectively waived his right to not testify knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. So, Mr. Valle, you may be seated. Attorney Smith, are you in a position at this time to go ahead and present the defense of this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
So at this time, then, I would ask the clerk to please bring our jury in.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not sure if I stated it on the record. The clerk sent me a note, but just in case I didn't, the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Counsel, to the return of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask the defense to please present its next witness or first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask for Mr. Valle to be called to the stand and put under oath by the clerk.
Mr. Valle, please come on up. Step into the witness box. Once you are in the witness box, please remain standing, and the clerk is going to put you under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record. Thank you, sir.
You may be seated. Thank you. Attorney Smith, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Valle. You're going to need to keep your voice up. Okay? We are competing with the fan in the back, and I see the court reporter nodding. She's not able to hear you, so you need to stay close to the microphone, speak loud enough to be heard over the fan, and you've got to give a verbal response of some form, yes, no, or whatever the answer may be, but it has to be loud enough to be heard, okay?
Yes.
There we go. You and I have met before?
Yes.
And can you tell us how old you are now?
I'm 20 years old.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you one more time. You got to keep your voice up. I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sure the jurors are having trouble hearing you.
I'm 20 years old.
You're 20 years old now? Okay, did you recently turn 20 years old?
Yes.
And are you in school now?
I'm not.
Are you working now?
I'm not.
Did you complete high school? Where did you complete high school?
I finished online at Foreign High School.
And when did you finish online?
2023.
Where did you go to school for high school before that?
St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And were you at St. Joseph's High School from the time you were a freshman?
Yes.
Where were you before that?
It's at East Shore Middle School in Milford.
Is that a public school that you've just described? And the school that you went to for high school, St. Joseph's High School, is that a private school? Prior to going to St. Joseph's High School, had you been in the Milford Public Schools?
Yes.
Since you were a child? Did you grow up in Milford?
Yes.
Did you grow up anywhere other than Milford?
I lived in Florida for 2 years.
Anywhere else in Connecticut?
New Haven.
When you say you were in Florida for 2 years, was that before you came to Connecticut?
I was in Connecticut and then I moved to Florida for 2 years. And then I came back.
Okay. Did you go to any New Haven schools? Do you remember how old you were when you moved to Milford?
Very young. I can't remember the age.
Did you start your schooling in Milford or somewhere else? And who lived in your house with you as you were growing up?
My 3 brothers, my dad, and my mother.
And your 3 brothers, what are their names?
Raul, Derek, and Oscar.
Did you say the first one was Raul? You have a brother who's also named Raul. And can you just explain, is that a brother from, is that a half brother or is that a full brother?
Full brother. The name was passed down from my grandfather.
I see. And do you go by a nickname?
I do.
And what is that nickname?
Vito.
And what does that mean?
Like the younger.
Uh-huh. I see. Is that like Pablito or Carlito?
Yes.
I see. When you were at St. Joseph's High School, did you have a circle of friends? And who was in that circle of friends?
Close to me, I would say James Albert, Tyler De Silva. Those were the 2 I was closest with. Everybody else was on the football team, and I was close with them too, but not as close.
That was Tyler De Silva and somebody named James Albert. When was the last time you saw Mr. Albert?
Yesterday.
And when was the last time that you saw Mr. De Silva?
Here in court.
Did you have a girlfriend while you were at St. Joseph's High School? And who was that?
MZ Traficante.
And when did you and Ms. Traficante become involved with one another?
My junior year.
And what year was that?
2022.
Was that the 2021-2022 school year? And did you date Ms. Traficante the entire school year?
I'd say almost, not fully though.
And did you have any hobbies while you were in school?
Really just play sports, football, wrestling, hanging out with friends on the weekends or whenever I had free time.
Were you into fishing or hunting?
Yes.
Which of those, fishing or hunting?
My father.
You're not a hunter? Where would you go fishing?
My father owned a boat, so we would go into the ocean.
Were you in the practice of carrying a pocket knife?
No, but when we went fishing, it was not that safe.
Okay. Were you ever trained in how to use a knife? In May of 2022, where were you living?
45 degrees.
Same place you're living today? How long have you lived at that home?
About 5 years, 6 years, I think.
Mr. Valle, I'm sorry, I am going to have to ask you to just please raise your voice in responding. People are having difficulty hearing you. Thank you.
Around 5 to 6 years.
Okay. Prior to that, you had still been living in Milford, but just in a different home or somewhere else?
Yeah.
And you were in your junior year of high school in May of 2022. Is that what you told us? Had you started applying to any colleges yet?
Yes.
Which colleges?
Mainly in Florida.
And you told us you knew a girl named Mackenzie Traficante because she was your girlfriend.
Yes.
And how did you meet Ms. Traficante?
She was a cheerleader, and I was on the football team, so I saw her quite often.
And did you take her to the prom that spring?
I did.
Was that your prom or her prom?
The prom.
And why were you allowed to go?
She was a senior, so it was her prom, and they're allowed to bring anybody they want, pretty much.
And when did that prom take place?
May 13th, 2022.
May 13th, 2022? Did you attend that with any other couples, or was it just you and Ms. Traficante?
Yeah, I attended it with Tyler De Silva and whoever he went with. I don't remember who he went with. And a few other people in my grade who wanted to go to the prom as well. Found a date.
You mentioned knowing a boy named Jack Snyder.
Yes.
And you mentioned going to the prom with him as part of a group.
Yes.
And who was Jack Snyder to you?
Really a football teammate and a classmate.
Was he part of your close friend group?
I'd say I was really close with 2 people, but I was friendly with everybody. So.
Had you known Mr. Snyder since coming to St. Joseph's High School?
No.
I'm going to repeat the judge because I'm having trouble hearing you. If I'm having trouble hearing you, I'm sure everybody else is, okay? Got to really make an effort for us to keep your voice up. Are you nervous? I understand. We need to be able to hear you, though, okay? And you told us that you knew a boy named Tyler De Silva.
Yes.
Did you meet him when you came to St. Joseph's High School?
No, I knew him before.
And how long had you known Mr. De Silva?
Since I started playing football in Milford around the age of like 8, I would say.
Okay. And in May of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
So at that point, you'd known Mr. De Silva for about 8 years, you think?
Yes.
Would you describe Mr. Snyder as a close friend?
No.
Would you describe Mr. De Silva as a close friend? What makes him somebody that you would describe as a close friend?
Been through everything with Tyler De Silva. Every free weekend we had, we spent together. Parties together. Just together all the time, pretty much.
Are you still close with Mackenzie Trafficante?
No.
When was the last time you saw Ms. Trafficante?
In court.
Here?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw Tyler De Silva?
Here in court as well.
And when was the last time that you saw Mr. Snyder?
Here in court as well.
When we say the last time, from May 14th of 2022 until here in court, had you seen them at all?
No.
When was the last time that you were close with them?
Before this all happened.
Okay. So you say before this all happened. When we're talking about this all happened, we're talking about May 14th, 2022, are we not?
Yes.
Do you remember how that day began?
Yes.
How?
Prom was the night before. I woke up, texted my girlfriend, and arranged to hang out with her.
That was Mackenzie Trafficante? Was there anybody else at home at that time?
My mother and my younger brother.
And did you have any plans with them for that day?
Later at night, yeah, but for the day, no.
And what were they doing that day?
They were leaving to Florida on the same night to go visit my oldest brother and my nephew.
Were you planning at that point to go with Ms. Trafficante for the day?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you had texted her. Did you end up making plans with her?
Yes.
And what did you do with Ms. Trafficante?
We went to the beach and a little bit of hiking.
When you say you went to the beach, can you tell us where?
In Milford.
Do you recall what beach that was?
Gulf Beach.
I'm sorry?
Gulf Beach.
Gulf Beach? And you say you went hiking as well. Can you tell us where you went hiking?
Downtown, there's like a little trail through the woods and stuff, and a little pier.
Okay. And what time did you meet up with Ms. Trafficante that day?
I want to say early afternoon, but I can't remember the exact time.
How did you come to be with Ms. Trafficante? Did she drive to you? Did you drive to her?
I went to pick her up.
Did you have your own car?
Good.
And after going to the beach and hiking, what did you do next?
By that time, it was later in the afternoon, and we went back to my house.
In Milford?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
Just chill, relax. Nothing special.
Was there anybody else home when you got home?
My mother and my younger brother.
And what were they doing, if anything?
I can't recall.
Did you have any plans for that evening?
At that time, no.
You say at that time no. Did there later come a time when you did make some plans for that evening?
Yes.
And how did that come to be?
I believe Tyler had texted me about a party that was going on, and he asked me to come with him.
That's Tyler De Silva. Okay. And did you agree to go with him?
Yes.
Did Ms. Trafficante go along as well?
Yes.
And how did you end up going to that party?
Yes.
And where was that party?
Shelton, 5 Lazy Brook Road.
And did you know the people that lived at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
At the time, no.
And how did you get to that party?
Jack came and picked me and my girlfriend at the time up.
And when you say Jack, that's Jack Snyder? But you owned your own car?
Yes.
Why was Jack driving this group to this party?
We all like drinking, and he was mainly the one who would drive us around and stuff.
Okay. So it was understood that there would be some underage drinking going on at this party? Did you bring your own alcohol?
I did not.
Did anybody in your party bring alcohol?
Tyler DeSilva.
Were you with him when he got that alcohol?
He got it from his parents. We never stopped to get it.
I couldn't hear the end part.
We never stopped to get it.
You never stopped to get alcohol?
No.
And was that fairly standard for his parents to supply the alcohol when you were with him?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Snyder come to pick you up at your home?
Yes.
Was Mr. DeSilva already with him?
Yes.
Was there anybody else in the car?
My girlfriend at the time, Mackenzie Traficante.
Okay. Anybody else other than the four of you?
No.
And did the four of you leave in Jack Snyder's car and go to 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
How long did it take to get there?
Anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes.
And what was it like in the car on the way there?
Chill, drinking, listening to music.
Loudly?
Yes.
Was that fairly standard as well?
Yeah, always.
Did you bring any alcohol in the car?
No.
Did you drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
Did Tyler DeSilva drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
Did Jack Snyder drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
While driving?
Yes.
Did you bring any weapons in the car?
No.
Did you see any weapons in the car?
No.
Did you know if anybody else brought weapons in the car?
No.
You told us it took about 15 to 20 minutes to get to 5 Lazy Brook. What time did you arrive at 5 Lazy Brook?
Around 8 or 9 p.m.
Was it dark already?
Yeah.
Was it dark when you left the house to get there?
About to be.
And what was going on at 5 Lazy Brook when you got there?
Upon getting there, we texted somebody who was already there to come show us the way in, and we walked up and went inside.
When you say we texted somebody, did you text somebody?
No, Tyler DeSilva.
So Tyler DeSilva texted somebody, and did someone come to allow you into the party?
Yeah.
Where did they meet you?
In the driveway.
Do you remember who it was?
I believe Will Singewold.
Will Singewold came to let you into the party?
Yes.
And who's Will Singewold?
He was in my grade. We played football together.
Okay. Did you see anyone else that you knew at the party?
Yeah, there was a ton of people from my grade, and I pretty much know everybody there.
Was this a party that consisted of St. Joseph's High School students?
Yeah.
Did you see any folks there that were not St. Joseph's High School students?
No.
And what did you do once you were into the party?
Greeted everybody. Started talking, conversating.
Do you remember what you were wearing that evening?
Was wearing Old Miss blue T-shirt, black jeans, and slides.
Slides. What do you mean by slides?
Not flip-flops, but they were a form of sandals, pretty much.
All right. Let's see if I understand what a slide is. Is this a sandal that has a strap that goes across the top?
Yes.
Just a single strap?
Yes.
And at some point, did you put on a neck pillow?
Yes.
And why did you put on a neck pillow?
At the time, I thought it was funny.
Okay. Were you doing anything in particular when you put on that neck pillow?
Yes, we were playing beer pong.
Okay. And is that a contact sport?
No.
So the neck pillow didn't have anything to do with the game of beer pong?
No.
It was just to be funny?
Yeah,
And at some point, did you also put on a motorcycle helmet?
I did.
And did you bring that with you?
No.
And where did you find that?
Next to the beer pong table, there was a shelf with a whole bunch of random items.
Okay. And is that where you also found the neck pillow?
Yes.
And you put both of those things on?
Yes.
And how long did you have those things on while you were playing this game?
The motorcycle helmet, we were kind of passing it around as like a good luck thing when we were shooting in beer pong.
Oh.
It was off and on.
Okay. So you would take it off, you would pass it to whoever else was up to bat, so to speak?
Yes.
And the neck pillow, was that something that you also passed around, or were you the only one wearing that?
No, I was the only one wearing that.
How long were you there at the party just engaged in this behavior you've described?
About an hour and a half.
And after an hour and a half, did there come a time when some people arrived that you were not familiar with?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of these people?
We were by the door, as that side of the beer pong table was by the door of the garage, and they came up.
When you say they came up, what did you see?
Two kids arrived and came up to the door.
And what did those two kids do?
At first, they just said that they were invited by Austin Leifer.
Objections to what they said. Ask that it be stricken.
Court will strike the response that was provided to that question. So ladies and gentlemen, jury, please delete that from your notes if you took a note, and otherwise don't consider it as evidence.
Did you know either of those two folks?
I did not.
And did it appear to you that other people in the party knew who those two people were?
No.
Did it appear to you that Jack Snyder knew who they were?
No.
Where was Jack Snyder at this point?
By the door.
Where was Tyler De Silva at this point?
By the door.
And did you see Jack Snyder interact with these two people who showed up?
First, yes.
What did you see Jack Snyder do at first?
Just conversate.
Did you see Tyler De Silva interact with these people?
At first, no.
And what was he doing?
We were still playing beer pong.
So you and Tyler De Silva were playing beer pong and Jack Snyder was interacting with these folks.
Yes.
And did there come a point when that interaction became aggressive between the two of them?
Yes.
And did there come a point when Mr. Snyder took a case of beer from one of the two?
Yes.
And what happened after that?
It moved out into the driveway, and then a fight started.
Okay. And when you say it moved out into the driveway and then a fight started, describe for us what people did once the group moved out into the driveway.
I can't really remember who all was around, but I remember Jack and the other kid were close to each other.
Okay. And did they square off with one another?
Yes.
Where were you when they squared off with one another?
Off to the side.
Did you put the helmet on in order to go outside?
Objection.
No.
Leading.
Sustained. I'll strike the response, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
When you went outside, what were you wearing?
A motorcycle helmet and my regular clothes.
And when you got out to the driveway, were you engaged at all with Mr. Hines at that point?
No.
Was Mr. Snyder engaged with Mr. Hines at that point?
No.
But at some point you've described they started to square off.
Yes.
And what positions did the other people that were there take at that point?
They just started circling, like trying to get a better position on each other. I wasn't really paying attention to anybody else.
Okay. And did there come a time when you came into contact with one of them?
Yes,
Who was that?
Ryan Hines.
And how did you come in contact with Mr. Hines?
As he was circling, since I didn't have shoes on, he stepped on my foot and I pushed him.
You pushed him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
No.
After you pushed him, did you continue to attack him?
No.
What did you do?
He tackled Jack and was beating on him while he was on the floor.
I'm sorry?
He was beating on him while he was on the floor.
Who was beating on him while he was on the floor?
Ryan was getting the better of Jack.
Ryan was getting the better of Jack? What happened next?
We went over to break it up. He wasn't getting off at first, so we started pulling him off.
You started pulling him off?
Yes.
Did you take off your helmet?
No.
Did you swing your helmet?
No.
Were you intending to fight Mr. Hines?
No.
Did you use your helmet in any way to attack Mr. Hines?
No.
As you were pulling, or as you were getting involved with this fight that's going on between Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, what were the other people doing?
There was a couple people watching. Tyler DeSilva was helping me break it up.
And what did you do?
Still was trying to pull him off.
By doing what? What were you doing with your hands? Describe for us what occurred.
I was grabbing him by his waist, trying to pull him off of Jack.
You were grabbing Mr. Hines by the waist?
Yes.
Were you punching him?
No.
Were you kicking him?
No.
Did anybody else come over to join you?
Other than Tyler DeSilva, no.
Did you see anybody filming this?
At the time, no.
Have you since, as we sat in the courtroom, seen a video of what appears to be the fight at 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
And did you see other people come over to join this breaking up of the fight?
Yes.
Did you know any of those other people?
Yes.
Who did you know?
Emily Robinson.
How did you know Emily Robinson?
Just seen her in school a few times. I really didn't know her.
Okay. And after the fight was broken up, what happened next?
Miss Leifer came outside.
Who's Miss Leifer?
The mom of Maddie Leifer.
Was she the homeowner?
Yes.
Had you met Miss Leifer before?
No.
And what did Miss Leifer do at that point?
She came up, snatched the beer from Jack that he was holding, and gave it back to the kid and said, "Get out of here."
And what else did she do, if anything?
At that time, she walked over to the garage and was able to see like how many people were actually at her house.
Okay. Did you go back to the party?
I did.
I'm sorry?
I did.
And how long did you remain at the party?
15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And did you come to leave the party at some point?
I did.
And why did you leave the party?
Miss Leifer had shut it down
How did you leave the party?
with Jack Snyder.
Anybody else?
Tyler DeSilva, my girlfriend at the time. Will Sinjwald needed a ride, so he came. Same with Keenan and Dimitri.
So there were, at that point, 7 of you in Mr. Snyder's car?
Yes.
Where were you seated in Mr. Snyder's car?
Behind the driver.
And Mr. Snyder was driving?
Yes.
And who was in the passenger seat?
Tyler DeSilva.
You were seated behind Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
And where was Ms. Traficante seated?
Sit on my lap.
Who was beside you and Ms. Traficante?
To my right, it was Will Sinjwald, and then to his right, it was Keenan.
To his right was Keenan Prasic.
Yes.
He was against the passenger side rear door.
Yes.
And where was Mr. Arfanis?
In the trunk.
Was there a plan at that point for what to do?
It was still kind of early in the night, so we were looking for another place to go. If there was another party, or where we were going to go next.
At that point, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Were you planning to go fight anyone?
No.
Did you see anybody else in your group with weapons?
No.
What was Jack Snyder doing at this point?
Just driving?
Did you know where he was driving you to?
No.
What was Tyler DeSilva doing at this point?
In the front talking to Jack?
Could you hear what they were saying?
No.
And what was the music like if it was on?
Loud?
And what were you doing at this point?
Just talking to my girlfriend and Will. Conversating.
And were you doing any texting at this point on your phone?
No.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yes.
Did other people have their cell phones with them?
Yes.
Could you see anybody on their cell phone at that point?
I saw Jack Snyder on and off his phone while driving.
And where did the car go?
We ended up at Trumbull High School.
You say you ended up at Trumbull High School. Is that someplace that you'd been before?
Only for football games.
As the car was driving, did you know that you were heading towards Trumbull High School?
No.
And what was going on when you arrived at Trumbull High School?
There was a couple cars from the party before that were also trying to figure out what to do.
And did Jack Snyder stop the car there?
Yes.
Did you see anyone there that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
The car closest to us was a car full of girls, and there was 3 of them that were in my grade.
Okay. Do you remember who they were?
I only remember the driver.
And who was that?
Maya Fagan.
I'm sorry?
Maya Fagan.
How did you know Maya Fagan?
She was a friend of mine in the same grade. She was also a cheerleader.
Did she know Ms. Trafficante?
Yes.
And did Mr. Snyder park the car?
Yes.
And what did the people in Mr. Snyder's car do?
A few people got out. No, I don't think anybody stayed in the car.
Did you get out of the car?
At one point, yes.
And did Ms. Trafficante get out of the car?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got out of the car?
Talked to the car full of girls.
Okay. And did you see what the other people were doing?
I saw Jack and Tyler go over to another car, and I can't remember what Dimitri and Keenan were doing.
You saw Jack and Tyler go over to another car?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that other car?
No.
Did there come a time when folks got back into Mr. Snyder's car?
Yes.
What led to people getting back into Mr. Snyder's car?
Everybody was getting back in their cars, and I was assuming we had someplace to go now.
You say you were assuming that you had someplace to go. Was there a plan at that point of where to go?
One of the girls in the other car had told me about it.
Objection as to what they said.
Without telling us what anybody said, and as you understood it, was there a plan to go somewhere else at that point when you got back into Jack Snyder's car?
Another party in Trumbull.
Another party in Trumbull?
Yes.
Okay. And did you at some point become aware of a group chat that was going on?
Yes.
Was this a group chat that you had created?
No.
Were you a part of this group chat?
Yes.
How did you become a part of this group chat?
I got added to it.
You got added to it?
Yes.
How did you know that you had been added to it?
As soon as you're added to a group chat and people are texting in it, you get a notification that pops up.
And did you get a notification?
Yes.
When you got that notification, did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the texts that were going back and forth on this group chat?
There was a lot of people in it, and they were just talking crap to each other back and forth.
Did you know any of the people that were in that group chat?
Yes.
Who?
A couple of my friends I noticed were in there from my football team. Some kids that weren't even around, they were at farmhouses in different states or stuff like that.
Did you ask Jack Snyder or Tyler DeSilva to add you to the group chat?
No.
Did you ask anyone to add you to the group chat?
No.
And what was the tone of the group chat?
Not positive. It was just people talking shit to each other pretty much.
Did you participate in the group chat after you were added?
Yes.
What was the nature of your participation in the group chat?
Around the same time we were leaving Trumbull High School, I texted in it.
Do you recall how many texts you sent?
No.
Do you recall how many texts you received?
No.
This occurred while you were leaving Trumbull High School?
Around the same time, yeah.
Did there come a point when you realized that you were not going to another party in Trumbull?
Yes.
How did you come to realize that you weren't going to another party in Trumbull?
After driving for a little bit, Jack had turned down the music, and I asked him where we were going.
And what did you learn from Jack at that point?
He said,
Objection as to what he said.
As to what Jack said.
I asked what he learned.
You just can't tell us what Jack said. Okay, it's what you learned upon speaking.
So what did you learn from Jack about where you were going or where he was driving the car?
we were going to a house in Shelton,
And do you recall what the address of the house in Shelton was?
43 Laurel Glen.
Was that an address that you had seen in the group chat?
Yes.
Was that an address that you were familiar with before having seen it in the group chat?
No.
Had you ever been to 43 Laurel Glen Drive before?
No.
Did you know whose home that was?
No.
Did you remain in the group chat?
No.
When you say no, did you leave the group chat?
Yes.
And how do you leave a group chat?
You click on the top, and then there's a little drop down that you can click leave.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
Why did you leave the group chat?
While they were going back and forth, there was a picture sent into the group chat.
What was that picture?
It was just a group of kids, and upon looking at the picture, I noticed that I recognized a few of the kids that were in the picture.
And how did you recognize those kids that were in the picture?
A couple of the kids, I wouldn't say I was friends with, but I had seen them at other parties, drank together, stuff like that.
Did you recognize any of those kids from 5 Lazy Brook?
I don't remember.
Did you understand that those were the same kids that were texting the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes.
Were those kids that you saw in that selfie kids from St. Joe's?
No.
Why did seeing that picture cause you to leave the group chat?
I don't want problems with people I'm like cool with.
Did Mr. Snyder continue to participate in the group chat?
Objection, he says he left, so how would he know?
If you know,
There's no foundation.
we could know, I just don't know. So I'll overrule it if you know.
At the time, I did not know.
Did you know if Mr. De Silva continued to participate in the group chat?
At the time, I did not know.
And what were you doing at this point in the car?
Talking to Will, I think we were drinking. I can't really remember.
Where was Miss Trafficante at this point?
Still on my lap.
And did anyone in the car indicate that they knew where Mr. Snyder was driving?
No?
Did Mr. Snyder appear upset to you?
A little bit?
When you say a little bit, what about his appearance indicated to you that he was upset?
At Trumbull High School, there was a few people like teasing him for basically losing.
Did Mr. De Silva appear upset to you in the car?
No.
Did Ms. Trafficante appear upset to you in the car?
No.
Did Mr. Sinjwald, Mr. Arfanis, or Mr. Frasick appear upset to you while they were in the car?
No.
Did you notice another car following your car?
No.
And did Mr. Snyder ultimately drive the car somewhere and stop?
Yes.
Did you recognize where that was?
No.
What did you see when the car stopped?
I saw a yard, and then kids started coming up to the car.
When you say you saw a yard, had you ever been to that house before?
No.
Did Mr. Snyder indicate to you that he knew the people that were at this house where you'd stopped?
No.
Did Mr. De Silva indicate to you that he knew the people at this house where he'd stopped?
I'm going to object at this point. It's leading, and it calls for almost like a hearsay response as to what they indicated to him.
I will overrule it based on the form of the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you have any indication that Mr. Snyder or Mr. De Silva knew any of the folks that were at this house?
Definitely not Jack. I think maybe Tyler said something.
Do you see behind you an exhibit that's up there on the easel?
Yes.
And approach your honor, just need to refresh my recollection. So on the easel behind you, Mr. Valle, is State's Exhibit 52. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as the address which Mr. Snyder parked his car at?
At the time, you couldn't really see much, so now I'm...
Well, can you put us there? Describe for us what could you see when you arrived there?
I wasn't really looking around. The only thing I saw was kids coming up to the car.
And how many kids did you see coming up to the car?
I want to say it was like rows of people. There was about 10, and then at the max, it was probably 30.
And what did these people that you saw do?
At first, I had my window rolled up. I didn't know if I saw anybody I knew. Jack started conversating. Tyler started conversating. And then I saw somebody I recognized.
Who did you recognize?
Ricky Fiola.
How did you recognize Ricky Fiola?
I've drank with him before at parties. Just hung out with him a couple times at parties that we were both invited to.
And these people, did they stay on the driver's side of the vehicle?
No,
Where did they go?
all around the car.
Did they surround the car?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Oh,
Did these people go in the front of the car?
Yes.
Did these people go on the passenger side of the car?
Yes.
Did these people go in the rear of the car?
Yes.
Did you feel surrounded by these people?
Yes.
Once these people were on all sides of the car, what did Jack Snyder do, if anything?
I couldn't really hear his conversation. I was having my own conversation. So at that time, nothing.
Where was Ms. Traficante at that point?
Still on my lap.
Okay. Did there come a time when she was no longer on your lap?
Only when we got out of the car.
Do you recall her climbing into the trunk area of the vehicle?
No.
Where was Mr. Sinjwald?
Still to my right.
Where was Mr. Arfanis?
Still in the trunk.
And where was Mr. Frasick?
Still in the rear passenger.
And the conversation that you've described Mr. Snyder as having, without telling us what he was saying, how would you describe the tone of that conversation he was having?
At first, it was fine. And then it got really aggressive.
What about it was really aggressive?
There was a few kids shouting at him.
A few kids?
Yes.
And what was, you've described Mr. De Silva as having a conversation. What was the nature of that conversation like?
His was also peaceful.
And did it remain peaceful?
Yes.
And you said you were having a conversation.
Yes.
Was that a peaceful conversation?
Yes.
Did that remain peaceful?
Yes.
Did you throw anything outside the window of your car?
No.
Did you see Mr. Snyder throw anything outside the car?
No.
Did you see Mr. De Silva throw anything outside the car?
No.
Did you see anyone inside your vehicle throw anything outside the car?
No.
Are you certain that people were on all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you've described at least one of these conversations as taking a turn and becoming more aggressive. When you say more aggressive, you described yelling.
Yes.
And could you see the faces of the people that were outside the vehicle?
No.
Could you hear threats?
Not that I can remember.
Could you see people hitting the car?
Yes.
What did that feel like inside the car?
It's weird to describe. I've never been in a situation like that. They were just punching and kicking and hitting the car from everywhere.
On all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
Could you tell if things were being thrown at the car?
At the time, all I heard was the banging and stuff.
Loud bangs?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shattering?
No.
When you got in the vehicle that evening with Mr. Snyder, did you see a shatter in the windshield?
No.
Did you see Mr. Snyder with any weapons at that point?
No.
Could you see what was in Mr. Snyder's lap?
No.
Did you have a weapon?
No.
Did you have anything in your hands?
No.
Could you feel the car begin to rock?
Yes.
And did you see anybody on the rear bumper?
No, I didn't look backwards.
Did you begin to worry?
Yes.
Did you begin to feel unsafe?
I'm going to object. This is leading.
How were you feeling as the car was rocking and the hands were hitting the car and other things were hitting the car?
Nervous and a bit of panic.
You say a bit of a panic. Had you ever been that panicked before?
No.
Did you feel like you could get out of the car?
No.
Objection. Leading.
I'll allow that, but just keep an eye on the leading questions.
Why didn't you feel like you could get out of the car?
Because there were so many people surrounding the car.
Could you see the faces of the other people in your car?
The only face I remember looking at was Tyler.
What did Tyler's face look like?
Pretty scared.
Do you remember what Ms. Trafficante was doing at that point?
No, I don't remember.
Did it seem to you that the situation in the car was calming down?
No.
I'm going to...
Debate objection, counsel, but I would have sustained the objection. I'll allow the answer to stand.
Had you ever been in a car before while it was being attacked?
No.
What sorts of things did you worry about as you sat there with the car surrounded and being rocked?
Mainly that they were going to break the windows.
Why did you worry that they were going to break the windows?
Because they were punching them.
Did you worry that anything else might happen if they broke the windows?
At the time, I was just wondering why Jack wasn't driving.
Could you tell if the car was still on at that point?
Yes, it was.
how did you think it was going to end at that point?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
What did you expect was going to happen next?
They were going to break the windows.
Did you have a plan if they did that?
No.
Anything about the demeanor of the people on the outside of the car lead you to believe that they were going to stop?
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation as well.
I'll overrule it.
No.
And did you see anyone in your car with a weapon at that time?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
At some point, did Jack finally move the car?
Yes.
And where did it go?
Straight.
Did you know where you were?
No.
Had you ever been in that neighborhood before?
No.
And did Jack ever stop the car?
Yes.
Could you see anyone outside the car when Jack stopped the vehicle?
No.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Take this one down from behind you. What you're looking at there is State's Exhibit 1. When Jack stopped the vehicle, do you have the pointer there with you?
Yes.
Can you use that pointer to show us on State's Exhibit 1 where you remember him stopping the vehicle? Your Honor, can the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the area just before the intersection of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive in front of what has been identified before as 36 Laurel Glen Drive?
So noted on the record. Thank you.
And what did you do when Jack stopped the car?
My girlfriend at the time was crying and asking to get out.
Question is, what did you do when Jack stopped the car?
I got out.
Did it seem safe to get out at that point?
Yes.
Did you see anyone from the house that you had just left at that point?
No.
And where did you go when you got out?
Side of the road.
Can you show us on Exhibit 1 there which side of the road? May the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the side of the road opposite from what has previously been identified as 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
So noted on the record. Thank you.
Did anyone else get out with you at that point?
Yes.
Who?
Tyler De Silva and my girlfriend at the time, Mackenzie.
Okay. Did anybody else get out?
No.
And when Mr. De Silva got out, where did he go?
At first, he was right next to me.
And when Ms. Trafficante got out, where did she go?
She went to the end of the road.
And so, in your recollection, the other occupants of Mr. Snyder's vehicle did not get out of the car?
No.
Where did Mr. Snyder drive the car at that point?
Straight.
Did you see where he went?
No.
Could you see any of the folks from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, the house that you had left?
No.
At some point, did you see any of those folks again?
Yes.
When was that?
When they came running down the road.
And what were they doing when you saw them come running down the road?
I believe screaming and just running.
Were they throwing anything?
Yes.
And do you recall what they were throwing?
I believe only one person threw like a water bottle.
Did it hit you?
No.
Did it hit anything?
I believe it hit the car, but I wasn't really looking.
Did you have any interactions with the kids from 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes.
Who do you recall interacting with from 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Tyler Rich and Ricky Fiola.
And when you were interacting with Tyler Rich, what was that interaction like?
At first, he just ran past me and chased the car until it fully drove off. And after that, they all kind of started walking away. He was kind of asked people to walk away.
Okay. Did you have any one-on-one interactions with Mr. Rich?
Yes.
What happened between you and Mr. Rich?
As he was walking away, he came up to me and sprayed WD-40 in my eye.
Did you do anything to him when he sprayed WD-40 in your eyes?
No.
Had you done anything to him prior to him spraying you in the eyes with WD-40?
No.
Did you see the can close enough to be able to identify it as WD-40?
Yes.
What did you do after he sprayed you in the eyes with the WD-40?
I started holding my eye.
Did you attack him?
No.
Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
What weapon did you have on you at that point?
I had a knife in my pocket.
Where did you get the knife from?
Before Jack left, he tossed it to me.
Okay, let's back it up a little bit. Before Jack left,
Yes.
when did Jack leave?
When he dropped off me, Mackenzie, and Tyler at the end of the road.
Before the Shelton High kids came?
Yes.
Put us there. Tell me how Mr. Snyder gives you this knife.
Mackenzie exited the vehicle. I got out right behind her, and then Tyler got out from the passenger. Me and Tyler were standing on the side of the road. Right before Jack's about to drive off, he says,
Objection as to what he says.
You can't tell us what anybody else says. You can tell us what they did.
he tossed a knife.
And what did you do when he tossed the knife?
At first, it hit me and then fell on the floor. I picked it up and said, "What are you giving me a knife for?"
And what did Mr. Snyder do at that point?
He said,
Objection, hearsay.
Can't tell us what Mr. Snyder said.
Your Honor, I would claim it not for the truth of the matter so much as the effect on the listener.
I'm going to lay the foundation for that because I'm going to ask the jury to leave just to remove the jury. To back into the jury for a few moments. Thank you. All right, I ask the jury to exit because as we've often stated with our phrase that we like to use, I guess we can't, it's difficult to unring the bell. So you're claiming this as not being offered for the truth of the matter. I'll see an offer of proof on that outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, he's just described what sounds like a surprising, unplanned event, and somebody has just thrown a knife at him, he claims. I'm not sure what he's going to tell us Mr. Snyder said to him at that point, but given the circumstances of the situation that he has described, I think it's important in a case where we're talking about what his intent was, in particular what his intent was with this knife, that we've already had other testimony about Mr. Snyder giving to him, and Mr. Snyder's version of what happened in that account. I think it's important to know what the effect was on him when he said this.
I don't know what he said. I know that the question was, why did you give me that, is what he asked.
Yes.
And then his response was starting with, he said.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what would be the effect on the defendant at that point in time?
Right. As far as understanding what he was thinking when Mr. Snyder gave him this and what Mr. Snyder is telling him as far as why he is giving that to him. I think in this situation and under these circumstances, again, whether or not it's true, whatever Mr. Snyder said to him, what the effect on him was.
Why don't you establish outside the presence of the jury right now what the effect was on the listener, the defendant, from hearing whatever the statement is before I make a decision, and then I'll be heard by the state.
What, you've told us that Mr. Snyder gave you.
Excuse me.
Make sure your cell phones are on silent, please. You've been asked repeatedly. Thank you.
Thank you.
You told us that you had just been thrown the knife by Mr. Snyder, and you asked him, what did you give me this for, right?
Yes.
And you were about to tell us what Mr. Snyder's response was, correct?
Yes.
What was his response?
He said something along the lines of just in case, and then it sped off.
All right. And what effect did that have on you when he said, just in case?
Confused.
Okay. And did that increase your sense of danger with the situation?
I'm going to object to that. He just said he was confused.
I'll sustain it. So the response was confused. I mean, if that's the effect on the listener that you're looking for, I'll hear from the state on that.
I don't think that it's even relevant at this point. If he's confused, he should just say, he could testify to whatever he's testifying to, and at that point, I felt confused. I don't think the statement of what Mr. Snyder says comes in for effect on listener at this point. And to me, I'm concerned with it. We're really bootstrapping here because we want to hear what he says Jack said for its truth, and that's the concern, right? So, Snyder testified. Defense counsel could have asked him what was said, and I believe he may have asked him what was said, and Mr. Snyder actually said no. The defendant asked him for the knife. So now we're getting into this bootstrapping of hearsay statements and trying to guise it under effect on listener. The response is what the response is. Now, if he felt confused, so to me, it doesn't come in for the effect on listener. That can be elicited without the hearsay response, Your Honor.
I have to agree. You can ask him how he was feeling at that point in time to extract from the witness that he felt confused. So the court is having a difficult time understanding the relevance of that particular hearsay statement. Court's going to sustain the objection to the hearsay statement.
Understood.
Thank you. I need to Rebecca. You can leave the door open, please. Thank you. Waiting on one door. Thank you. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Ordinance return of all jurors. All right, I believe that when the jury left, the question pending was what? That was the response.
Okay. And how did you feel when he threw that knife to you?
Confused.
And what did you do with the knife?
Put it in my pocket.
Do you remember which pocket?
My right pocket.
And did you have that knife on you when Mr. Rich sprayed you with the WD-40?
Yes.
Did you at any point go into the bushes along the road there?
No.
You remained on the curb?
Yes.
Could you see where Mr. Snyder drove off to?
I just saw the car take off like straight.
Did it go out of your field of vision?
Yeah, right as he sped off, I heard the kids screaming and running down the road, so I turned my attention to that.
And did there come a point in time when Mr. Snyder returned?
Yes.
And what happened when Mr. Snyder returned?
All the kids that ran down had already left. He came back and everybody got out of the car.
Other than the interaction with Mr. Rich, did you have an interaction with any of the other Shelton kids while you were down there on the side of the road?
Yes.
Who else was that?
Ricky Fiola.
And what was that interaction like?
He saw Tyler Rich spray me with the WD-40 and he came up to me.
Did he do anything to you?
Just talk to me and, like, I guess make me feel better about the situation.
When the vehicle came back, did Mr. Snyder park the car?
Yes.
Can you show us on Exhibit 1 behind you where he parked the car? May the record reflect he has indicated, the witness has indicated on Exhibit 1 that Mr. Snyder parked the car in front of what's previously been identified as 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
I'll go ahead and note that for the record. Thank you.
What did Mr. De Silva do at that point?
Me and Jack started inspecting the car.
And what did you do at that point?
I was still rubbing my eye.
What did the other occupants of the vehicle do at that point, if anything?
Mackenzie was still sitting in the same spot she was previously. I can't remember where Keenan and Dimitri were. I believe they were also standing by her.
Were you upset at that point?
Yeah.
What were you upset about?
And I got sprayed with WD-40 for no reason.
Were you angry?
No, more confused on why he did it.
Did you know Tyler Rich prior to that?
Yes.
How did you know Tyler Rich prior to that?
Same as all the other kids I knew from Shelton. Seen him at parties, drank with them before.
But you'd never been to that house before?
No.
Did you know that that was Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Were you still scared at that point?
Yeah.
Were you more scared or more confused?
More confused.
What did you do next?
I walked over to where my girlfriend was sitting.
Where was she sitting?
The same spot at the end of the road on the curb.
And what was her demeanor like?
She was really upset.
Did you, at some point, go over to inspect the car?
No.
What did you do next?
I asked Mackenzie for a ride home from her sister.
And was her sister present?
No.
And what did you do after you asked her for a ride home with her sister?
I started waiting there.
Where were you waiting?
By my girlfriend and by the car.
Can you point out to us on the exhibit where that was? Had she remained in the same position during the course of these events at the end of the road that you've been describing to us?
Yes.
And what was she doing while she was waiting on the curb? Could you see?
She had her head down, like in between her legs, looking at her phone.
And what happened next?
Tyler and Jack started talking about going back.
Where were you at that point?
Close enough to hear them.
How far away?
Want to say 5 feet?
Away from them?
Yes.
And what happened next?
Tyler started saying,
Objection calls for hearsay.
Well, the answer seems as though it's providing hearsay, so I would know. The question was what happened next. the objection to the extent that the witness is going to respond with what someone stated.
Your Honor, may I remind the witness that he can't tell us? So, again, listen to the nature of my question. Okay, you can't tell us what somebody else has said. Okay, so you were telling us what was happening at that point. Okay, can you tell us what you saw Mr. Snyder do?
Talk to Tyler De Silva.
Okay. And what was Mr. Snyder's demeanor like when he was talking to Mr. De Silva?
Agreeing with him.
Did he appear excited or upset or calm?
Couldn't really tell.
And Mr. De Silva, what did his demeanor appear like to you?
Confident.
I'm sorry?
Confident.
He appeared confident?
Yeah.
Mr. Valle, I don't mean to be rude, but do you understand the word demeanor?
Yeah.
How did his face appear?
He didn't really seem too worried.
Did Mr. Snyder appear not too worried as well?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did they get back into the vehicle?
Yes.
Who got into the vehicle first?
Jack.
And did he get into the driver's side?
Yes.
And did Mr. De Silva get back into the vehicle?
Yes.
Where did he get into the vehicle?
Passenger.
And did you ultimately get back into the vehicle?
Yes.
Why did you get back into that vehicle?
I was asked to by Tyler.
Objection. I would ask that it be stricken.
All right, so the jury, if you wrote that down, please remove it from your notepads. Court is striking the last response concerning he was asked by someone else, okay? So that does not qualify or classify as evidence in this case, all right? Thank you.
When you got back into that vehicle, what were you thinking?
I trusted my best friend that everything was going to be okay and we were just going to go and make peace.
Did you understand that there was some plan to go and make peace in this situation?
I'm going to object. That's leading.
Sustained.
You've just said that you trusted your friend to make peace.
Yes.
Objection. He did not say that. So I would ask that it be stricken. This is leading.
All right, so I will strike the response, which was yes, sustaining the objection.
You got back into that vehicle last.
Yes.
Where did you get back into that vehicle?
Behind the driver.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
And did you still have the knife on you?
Yes.
Was it open?
No.
Where was it?
Still in my pocket.
Still in your right pocket?
Yes.
Did you have your hand in the pocket?
No.
Were you scared to get back in that car?
A little bit.
Where did you think the car was going to go?
Back down to the house.
Did you think that was a good idea?
At the time, few interactions had already been peaceful here and there, so it didn't seem like the worst idea in the world at the time.
You understood that Ms. Trafficante was not going to be getting back in that car?
Yes.
Did you think it was a good idea to leave her there?
Yes.
Why?
There was other people with her, and her sister was on the way.
Were you upset or angry as you got into that car?
I'm gonna object. It's asked and answered.
At the time that he got into the car, I don't believe that we've been to that location yet, so I'll overrule it.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you got back into that car, were you upset or angry?
No.
Not about your eyes being sprayed with WD-40?
No.
And did Jack Snyder drive the car back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
He did.
What was that drive there like?
Nobody said anything.
Was the music on?
No.
Was it a fast drive?
I can't remember.
And did Jack Snyder ultimately stop his car at the same house as before?
Yes.
Did you see any people in the yard?
Yes.
How many?
At first, they were far back in the yard, so I want to say 10.
You say at first they were far back in the yard. Were there any on the curb or near the street?
No.
And you could see 10 people in the yard?
About, yeah.
Did you recognize any of those people?
No.
Did they remain where they were?
Yes.
What did Tyler De Silva do when the car stopped?
He opened his door and got out.
What did Jack Snyder do when the car stopped?
Nothing.
Where did Tyler De Silva go when he got out of the car?
As soon as he got out, he started walking onto the lawn.
Walking?
Yes.
Not running?
No.
Did you stay in the car?
No.
What did you do?
As soon as Tyler got out, I got out.
Why?
It's my friend. I knew a couple people there. I was just going to help ease the situation, I guess.
Where was the knife?
In my pocket.
Did you have your hand on it?
No.
Where did Tyler De Silva go as you were following him out of the car?
We started walking up the yard.
May I approach Your Honor? Behind you on the easel is State's Exhibit 52. I'd ask you to use that pointer that you have and show us where you saw the initial 10 kids in the yard.
It's kind of out of the frame.
Out of the frame?
Yeah.
But you could see them from where the car parked?
Yeah.
Where did Jack Snyder park the car? When you got out of the vehicle, was there anything blocking your path to the yard?
I got out from this side, so no.
You got out from the driver's side?
Yeah.
And walked around the car?
Yeah.
So when you got out of the car, did you lose sight of Mr. De Silva?
For a second or two.
So you came following behind him?
Yeah.
And where did Mr. De Silva go when he got out of the car?
We started walking up the yard.
Can you show us his path of travel?
We got out right here. There was a car here, so we went.
And he went onto the grass?
Yes.
And where did he go once he got on the grass, if anywhere?
I met him around this area, and we started to walk up, and we were approached by somebody right here.
Did you get up to where the red bush is?
No.
Did you get up to where the black truck is?
No.
Did you get any further than where the tree is in the middle of Exhibit 52?
Yes.
Where did you get up to?
Probably around right here.
And so you got just past where the tree is?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
After we were approached by the first person, which was a girl, she moved out of the way, and then we were approached by Tyler Rich and a whole bunch of other people.
And how many people were you approached by that included Tyler Rich?
At first, they were all in front of us. I'd say it was about 30 people spread out in a line almost.
Okay. And when you met Mr. De Silva on the grass as you came around the car, did he indicate to you in any way that he was surprised that you had followed him?
No.
Did he indicate in any way to you that he did not want you to follow him?
No.
You told us that you recognized Tyler Rich as one of the people that had approached you.
Yes.
Did you recognize anyone else?
No.
Did the people, you've described them as being in sort of a line, did they stay in one area?
No.
What did they do?
Shortly after we were both in our own conversations, they started to surround us.
And you say you were both in your own conversations. Do you mean Mr. De Silva and yourself?
Yeah.
How close were you standing to Mr. De Silva when you were confronted by these other folks?
At first, we were right next to each other.
You say at first. Did there come a time when you got separated?
Yeah.
And so who or how many people was Mr. De Silva engaged with?
At first, we were all talking to the same amount of people. And then after a little while, when I looked to my left, there was a wall of people blocking me from Tyler.
Okay. Let's break it down a little bit. You've said at first you could see Mr. De Silva was talking to the same amount of people as you were.
Yeah.
How many people was Mr. De Silva talking to?
Directly, 10. There was a lot of kids around, though.
And was he talking to any one person in particular?
Yes.
Who was that, if you know? Okay. Were there other people with Mr. Rich?
Yes.
How close were they standing to Mr. Rich?
Side by side.
You described them as forming a wall.
Yeah.
And how many people were you engaged with at that point?
Before or after they surrounded me?
Let's take it frame by frame. You've described Mr. De Silva talking with a group of people, and you said you were talking with a number of people as well. At that point, how many people were you engaged with?
I was directly talking to about 4 to 5 people.
Okay. And how many people, were there people behind them?
Right next to them.
Were they shoulder to shoulder?
Yeah.
And where were these people positioned, if you can show us on the exhibit there? And did they stay just in front of you?
No.
What did they do?
They started to surround me.
Did you have, how were you wearing your shirt at this point?
Normally?
Did you ever at any point pull it up over your head?
No.
Where was the knife at this point?
In my pocket.
Did you have your hands in your pockets?
No.
How were you feeling at this point?
Nervous?
Why were you feeling nervous?
Because there was a lot of people just surrounding me.
Yes, you
I just want to just give you a heads up that it's 4:45. Do you have a few additional questions, or is this a good time to break?
If Your Honor is inclined to take a break, I suppose this is as good a place as any to take one.
All right. Court's going to go ahead and move towards adjourning for the day, so I'm going to interrupt the direct testimony of before I do actually adjourn on the record. Once again, I'll remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury to continue to abide by the code and that you under our sheriff conduct rules. Again, please don't discuss this case with anyone. And once again, there's been a lot of media attention. Please try to avoid that attention and avoid others trying to speak to you about this particular case. There have been multiple locations that have been mentioned. Do not go to any of those locations. Do not attempt to perform any of your own experiment or research or investigation into any of the issues that have arisen during this trial. Thank you so much. Try to leave your notebooks behind. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. It's adjourned.